So, welcome back everybody to the next session. This is going to be the first one I'm doing on my new computer, so we're not going to have any crashes.
Don't jinx it.
Stop saying these things out loud.
Vex, you
Oh,
may
yeah,
want
let
to
me
get
get my
the
OBS
recording up, just in case.
I'm looking at my OBS studio right now. It's recording my microphone. I see the little bars going up and down. And I see your...
I still don't trust
Did it catch the hiccup? This is important.
Yes, it's
No, that's me.
Yes, it's
I know.
also recording
Actually,
you guys.
oh shit, actually, Vex, it just occurs to me, you're gonna need to redo your configurations as well.
Fuck. Damn it.
But yes, I've got Streamlabs OBS working properly. My hard drive is an actual SSD, so, and it's brand spanking new, so it's not gonna fucking crash. And I can
Sounds
actually...
like you're ready to jinx yourself.
It's projecting my confidence, okay?
I mean,
all I'm hearing are more and more red flags.
DM, confidence is usually silent. Just to know.
Mm.
I don't need to tell people how great I am. They'll just know.
It's more saying just everything will be fine. All will be well.
Not really living up to your own advice, Chris.
You'll do good. You'll do great. You can't do this.
Yes.
That's not silent.
But,
Well, it's silent for everyone else. It's in his head.
yeah, but anyways, for the recap, what happened last time was that after the party had accepted a job from the Ironworks Coalition, or rather specifically Balfrost, with everybody else being under his quote-unquote employ, they set off to deliver a large shipment of very important top-secret supplies to Garnade in the Valeran Empire. However, along the train ride, they were quickly stopped by a series of druids commanding earth elementals and plant-like creatures, blights of twigs, vines, and needles, all trying to usurp the goods from the train, and they say they didn't want to kill anyone, yet they did kill some people, so it's What?
A lot of people.
Yeah, they're not very good pacifists, and
And as the fight was reaching its finishing point, the once very notable, well, actually still notable, Teller Faswin showed up to try and defuse the rest of the situation. And with his presence alone and knowing the situation, everybody decided to surrender the goods to him so he couldn't destroy them, as per what he wanted to say he was going to do. And what Shade and a few others recognized when the train car was ripped open was that it seems to be a lot of components for some sort of very large machine that relied on pistons and the sort of like thing. And extrapolating it all together, I wonder, is it recent enough where I can just scroll up a little bit and repost how the thing looked? Yes. It looked as though that all of the individual components looked like what is currently in the game chat, and I will open just for the recording's sake here.
huge mecha.
Still mad at you for that.
Core season 4. Season 4.
I know you are.
I
All
like
the
season
fucking
4.
things to bring in. Motherfucking Homestander.
I don't see the problem here, Shion. However, regardless, Teller then took all the goods away, and after the party, as well as the other two Ironworks members that are of any note, got back onto the train that was repaired, they started to head north again along the train tracks, where there was a moment of character drama, internal and external, between Balfrost and his duties and the party. So he had to sulk for a moment, but eventually he came to the decision that he and the party were going to ditch the Ironworks Coalition because he thought he was just going to get yelled at for having the goods stolen and expecting to be sent on a suicide mission to try and retrieve them. And so the party tricked young little Fiona, an alchemist, into shrinking Jinx's horse so they can all escape the train via flight and hiding in bags of holding, which they did successfully. And after a few hours of travel, decided to make camp in the woods on their way to Eliul. The village Shade knows is a refuge for elves on this continent. In the night, as everybody was taking watch, a scouting party of 4 elves, led by Mercedes, arrives, and they were about to attack until they saw Shade, to which point all are awake now, and it is the dead of night.
Shoot, it's actually really perfect timing that I'm dead fucking tired right now. I can perfectly play Baldwin.
So, we return to where Mercedes again looks to everybody, and then to you, Shade. So, you mind explaining what it is that you're doing here?
We were looking to see Guardian.
Okay. He did promise you a reward. If that's what you came here for, then, well, it wanders, and last I saw it was 2 weeks ago when I got my reward, as she just brandishes her bow, and you can see it looks to be made of iron bark, but it also it's inlaid with emerald in it.
Iron bark.
I was more hoping to speak with the heart. She pointing to Jinx also has a matter to discuss with Guardian.
Why do you want to see the heart?
It'd be easier to make a contract with him directly than through the Wander component. Or yeah.
Okay.
Right.
That makes sense for you. And I think you'll be fine, but there's a process to it. But as for you, because as she looks at Jinx, because Shade pointed at her, what are you trying to do with the heart?
I just lean over to Shade. What's the heart?
What was where exactly did you say the rune was again? In the forest?
In the forest, it was. Fuck.
Because I thought it had something to do with the heart.
There we go. Its last known location was in a forgotten hut within a forest where an emerald golem slumbers.
Ah, okay. The rune. I was assuming that the heart would know more about that,
Oh, you think that's what it is?
but it is possible that the wanderer might know about that too. I personally would prefer seeing the heart.
What you said of this golem you fought last time, it doesn't seem like he has it.
Don't mind my interruption, but what are you looking for?
Looking for a certain rune.
Well, that's not very helpful. There are plenty that you can inscribe on anything, and plenty of languages.
Right. It was called pulled up notes. Rune of Elder Song. Last known to be in a forgotten hut, guarded by an emerald golem that slumbers.
The only thing you said there that I understand is the golem, and that is the Guardian, or part of it. And why do you want this? And what is it supposed to do?
Well, it's supposed to. But all of these are so close together, hard to read.
Just get it right. Jeez.
All I know about it is it carries the inspiring songs and stories of many a minstrel.
So why?
Supposed to be carved onto a lute made of iron bark.
Well, forgive me if I'm wrong here, but none of you look like a bard.
No, we lost that one.
So why are you still after this?
Mercedes, the last time I was here, I mentioned, helping a friend out.
You did say that, yeah.
Yes, turns out the one that I broke on the back was not it.
I figured because it was red and menacing and making the Guardian go berserk.
Yes, so that's... Wait, I forget, did I tell her the reason, or did I just say, like, I'm trying to help a friend out?
You're just trying to help a friend.
I just looked at Jinx. How much are you willing to divulge?
I mean, as whisper right into Shade's ear, he probably has to lean down.
Yeah.
You're sure we can trust her?
Most certainly. He's the one that helped me out last. And he's one of the people that helped me. Wondered,
Okay. She just steps forward a bit. I'm on a mission to find as many powerful ancient relic runes as I can to the simplest way I can say it is to win a competition to save my life.
And when you say that, she like does the she puts her hands together like in front of her mouth, like, you know, the concerned face, and she breathes in. Shade, can you come with me privately for a second?
mm-hmm.
And then she looks to all the other elves surrounding you. And then she like waves her hand, doing a little hand sign, and then she looks to the other three of you, and she says, "While I'm talking to him, we're gonna just do a little check to make sure that you're not with anyone dangerous."
What do you mean with anyone dangerous?
We're mainly talking about the Empire.
I still don't know what you mean by with.
If you're working for them.
Oh.
Oh, well, that's a relief.
I don't work for anybody.
We're still gonna have to make sure you're not carrying anything dangerous or anything like that on you.
I mean, we carry many dangerous things.
Well, weapons is one thing, but it's if...
I have my teapot, I have my bag.
In Jinx's mind, she thanks God that Felix is not here. Because he has so much dangerous shit on him. Not to mention that chunk of lace coats.
Balfrost just kind of raises his hands. Like, this is all I got, really.
Well, they'll examine you, but Shade, come with me. As the elves begin to examine you, do you got? They will.
How far is this TSA examination, or like how far am I gonna have to smack somebody for?
They'll.
Welcome to Delta
Yeah,
Air.
Connor, is this that? Yeah, Connor, is this that meme list I sent you
What?
about the
No.
about the human getting searched?
No. Basically, what they're gonna be doing is that they're gonna first stand there and like expect you to like disarm yourselves and like take off any bags that you're carrying, and when it's shown that they're bags of holding, they're gonna ask you to empty them, and they're going to see if you have anything under your jacket. So they're just gonna do a very quick, just pat to see if any of the noticeable spots are, like items.
Oh, I literally only have money in my bag of holding, so... and salves.
Well, they're still gonna be asking you to empty your bags.
What if we just brought a bag of holding filled with oil?
Then
No. That would be unfortunate.
Well, you must really not be
Little
glad
wet bag.
that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so is there anything that you guys want to actively keep from them?
I couldn't even.
She has so
want to.
little, she literally could not if she tried.
Are they gonna expect me to remove my gauntlets and boots?
No, because they can see that what those are. They're gonna just be looking to see if they have any symbols on them. And
Since I already got the tea, since I'm already being made to put the teapot out, I'm just gonna start making tea in the middle
And-
of their bullshit.
and Shion, where do you keep your emblem for the Ironworks? Because you were given one, and like, what form did you want it to take?
Oh, I thought it was just like a membership card.
You could have asked for it to just simply be a card, like a name tag.
Yeah, in which case I would
license.
I would just keep that like in my fucking bag of holding, pulled out when I need it.
Okay, well they.
Do they also notice the symbol of the Cobalt Soul on my belt?
Yes, they do. They do notice that, and they aren't making any comments on it, on the Cobalt Soul specifically. But like, Bronwyn empties her bag. Like they're.
Oh yeah, I have the insignia of my clan somewhere around me on me, so I don't know if they recognize that. They're old enough.
These elves, they all look to be like pretty young. You're not sure if they're like around 100 or older, but it's like they're pretty young.
Clearly no oral tradition going on around here.
Well, like as you empty your bag, Bronwyn, what is the symbol of your clan, and like what form does it take?
Good question. I don't want to say just. It really does make sense that her own eye would also be the symbol because of where we come from. Either that or I didn't put much thought into this. But either that or the more making sense thing would be literally just two ravens on atop a tree.
Okay, and what form does it take? Like a coin? Like what does it take? What does it look like?
Yeah, it looked more like a very old Nordic coin.
Okay, so
Stamps.
The two ravens. So more ravens.
so you empty your
So
bag and you
Raven
you show like anything that would be like on your person, and they take note of that and they look at it and they examine it with a lot of curiosity, but they don't really say much, and they give it back to you once they've confirmed that you have.
I'm an insight because I have nothing else to do,
Okay.
and because I can tell a lot from a look.
Yeah.
In theory,
16.
I'm not rolling hot today. What the hell?
Well, this is your first roll. Calm down, mate.
So 1 for 1. So 0 for 1.
But 16, you can basically tell that they've heard or maybe seen of something like this before, and they aren't sure. So they had to actually like look at it to really understand. But you can't get much more than that.
I just say in Elvish. Questions?
And they respond back. That will be for Mercedes, or the elders.
I just nod.
And Jinx. Just so I don't have to.
One, Jinx has the seagull symbol plastered onto her fucking cape.
Yeah, but it's not the Valerian Empire. They don't recognize it, so
I
they.
suppose I would also have the right pass one as well.
Are they far enough away from my passive perception, just hearing them? By the by.
If not, he's just gonna send a raven.
They're looking at. They're gonna notice the raven go invisible. Not like the humans.
They move about 100 feet away.
That's annoying.
But yeah, technically, Jigs has the symbol of the sea coals, some sort of symbol of the rites pass. I'm not entirely sure what that would be. Yeah, because I just figured it. And the Arcane Society.
And like, because of everything else you're carrying, they look and they take note of all the things you have. Nothing really stands out. They have to go through a lot because you've got some shit, but nothing really stands out to them. However, Ballfrost, when they rifle through your things and they see the Ironworks card, the one that picks it up says, this is going to be shown to Mercedes, but what? Do you have any business here with these people?
Wait, are they asking if I have any business related to the ironworks in this area?
Yes.
We were on the train that was going by recently. But other than that, they have nothing to do with anything in this area. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of just use them for, discounts on crafting materials. He will, pick up one of his mantis blades and, show how it opens up.
The elf does not seem at all amused by it or impressed. And they say,
I just like building things.
alright. But after making sure that, like, you also don't have anything crazy on you, like, the most thing of note was your Ironworks card, but that's it. They hand you all back your stuff. And we pan over to Mercedes and Shade talking. You move about 100 feet, and you can still see the light of the fire illuminating everything, giving you some more vision that doesn't just turn all gray because you're dark vision. And Mercedes looks around, and she says, okay.
If you're being held against your will twice.
My first question to you is, how long have you known these people?
DM?
The campaign started less than 2 months ago, in-game.
Check the calendar, guys.
He puts his hand up to, like, his, I guess, chin, like, a finger up, and, you know, like, just thinking, because he's bad with time.
Yeah.
And she knows this.
Yeah.
Maybe over a month?
Over a month. And you were going to bring outsiders that you've known for a month to the heart, or at least ask to.
Yes.
And all for a competition.
It is with her life.
It does.
We're not
It's
there
with her
We're not there,
life.
Gian.
Yeah, you're not there. It's
Oh.
just
Oh,
her and Shade.
Ballfrost just yells.
As you mentioned,
Her life is on the line, you know.
On the line.
Yeah, and that sounds odd, but that's still, as far as you can know, and as far as I know, it's a competition to where they're going to be going to a sacred holy site.
I've been through a fair bit in this past, a lot more than an average one.
Yes.
I very much trust. These are, well, two of them are people that were with me when we experienced the one with the ravens was maybe a week, I believe.
I can
But
understand.
nothing about her strikes anything that would be what's the word? Sacrilegious.
And she looks back over.
Quite possibly the
But-
opposite of sacrilegious.
Doesn't look that way. And I can understand that a lot can happen in 2 months. But 2 months is mindlessly short. For all you know, they could have been keeping a secret still for as long as you've known them. And they could be using that secret on you and me to try and get to this place.
I guess when none of listening to you.
Are any of them priests? Druids? Do they have any other
The one
calling
with
here?
the ravens is druid,
I
I believe. Or she's very attuned to nature. Shade is unsure.
It's very ambiguous in character, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing looks bad about her. But still, there's a lot that you still don't know about them, I'm sure.
Probably currently
and even if-
serving tea right now.
And even if you told me all you know, there's still even less that I know about them. I can let you go to the isle. I can let you speak to the Guardian and get the blessing you need to visit the Isle and see the heart. But even then, I don't know how much you're going to be welcomed by it, depending on what happens. But them, I can't let them. If you want to make a case for them to the elders, then you can. When I get back, I'll see if there's anything wrong. If they check out, then they'll be allowed in the village.
All right.
And I need to ask just to make sure. Oh. And I need to ask just to make sure. Nothing happened since I last saw you that would endanger the village or the heart, right?
Would anything come to mind?
That's how you or Shade feel about anything you remember that happened.
Okay, between then and now, like the big dangerous shit was the thing that fucked up Balfarce's teleport, right? And Stonefort.
And the lich-like creature. And yeah, the cultists in Stonefort.
And the drow.
And the drow.
I don't think the drow would have a reason at the moment to come after us.
Really, after you've killed two of their members.
But also, like, okay, look, the reason...
Hey, they got one of those back.
Yeah, okay, so, like, I mean, we did... No, they're probably gonna get the second one back, too.
I know.
It's like, the reason for the first time we fought was...
They're not getting the cat.
I don't know, that was Jinx and... That was mainly Felix's shit. The second time was because they wanted to get the guy's body back. So, they have the body. I don't think they would have... I mean, unless they want to come and take the fucking bracelets back, but... There were cultists in Stonefort, and nothing I can. There was something that interfered with some of the society's teleportations. This horrific being that Balfrost witnessed.
Will that affect...
I'm not exactly sure how that would play out here. I don't think it would cultist Stonefort. The also in Stonefort is a being that is reminded me of the Lich.
Really? And you can see that on her face. All of a sudden, it looks to a lot more like intense. Not just trying to question, but like she actually is honed in on that.
I don't see a reason for it to come here.
But
Nothing immediate,
It's-
unless
it's like the Lich, you say.
registered as undead, celestial, and what was the and
Fiend. And she puts her knuckle to her mouth, like a really intense thinking, and she says, "That probably explains why we've been having undead roaming around recently."
Other than that, nothing I can think of that it would be an immediate danger.
The fact that you've took the time to think about it and answer it the way you did, I can believe that. But there is something that is relevant to what's happening now. We'll talk about it when we get to the village. But you seem fine. Let's go back and see how everything else fares. And she walks back with you to the group. Okay. Did we find anything off?
Normally, she's very good at making tea. However, she's very tired. She's not making the best right now. But she is still serving it because she's tired.
Alright, did we find anything? The only thing really that could be bad is this guy. As one of the scouts points to Balfrost, he works with the Coalition.
Kill him.
Okay, the Coalition. We've seen a few of them around, but only on trains. What's your name?
Balfrost Umal.
Balfrost. I want to ask, what business do you have with the Ironworks at all? What do you do?
Can I tell if she's reading people's minds?
Unless you can think of a way to figure that out, I can't, so I'm gonna say no, unless you can give something.
I'm mostly just trying to see if she's listening to not just his word and to something extra.
I mostly
The best,
just...
sorry. The best you could ever pinpoint from that is she's probably just trying to read into what people are saying. Like trying to, read between the lines, but not read their thoughts.
I mostly just use them as basically a discount on crafting materials.
And what sort of things do you like to make?
Shows Mantis Blades.
Weapons. And do you have any stake in the upcoming war that's going to be happening?
Not really.
I know you're
my,
being...
My main... My loyalty lies with the Cobalt Soul.
And she looks at you... She looks you up and down and she sees the symbol. And she ponders for a moment. Alright. And they didn't ask you to come here, right?
No. We were on the train that was nearby, but other than that, to my knowledge, they have no idea this village exists.
What are you inciting?
Balfrost, because I don't actually know if he's telling the truth.
Balfrost? Yeah.
He is telling the truth. As far as you know.
Alright. And, And this girl.
Correction. My loyalty is with the Cobalt Soul and with my friends here.
Good save.
Yeah, Mercedes actually says that. Like, in unison, I imagine Jinx and Mercedes are like, good save.
Yeah.
No, let's add Bella into the mix.
That does feel like something Brian would say.
Balfrost.
Fuck it. Let's just say everyone said that in unison.
No, just all the ladies. Make sure I get a lady thing.
Every single person.
I
in
should
unison.
mention that Balfrost has a very obvious look of realization, like, oh shit, right. Probably should have mentioned that. Okay.
Hey. And this girl here, as another one points to you, Bronwyn, she's got. Can you show her your sigil?
I look to my necklace, which has a lot of sigils, including the one they're talking about, because there's a lot of old stuff.
The one we examined.
I don't know which one you were looking at. I was trying to make sure you weren't looking somewhat perverse.
And he just opens his hand for you to like hand him any of the quote unquote sigils you have, so we can just look and hand it.
Take it off.
And he hands it to Mercedes, and she looks. Oh, I've seen this before.
Her face just lights up.
This is actually, I think this is Velka's symbol.
And she gets just immediately sad.
Remember different pantheons.
I know, she kind of doesn't remember that.
Well, at least I know if anyone was caught doing something bad, you'll be on them. And she hands you back your coin. Okay, so all of you seem fine enough. We'll bring you to the village, and if you want to actually get to the isle to where the heart is, you're gonna have to talk to the elders about that. And I'll tell them that you're here, but I'm not gonna help you get there. The only one I'm gonna be allowing is Shade. And if you even want to, and you even get the Elder's blessing, you're still gonna have to find the Guardian, because you need a shard from it to get onto the island. And the last I saw it, it was heading south 2 weeks ago.
I was planning on looking for the Guardian.
Well, I wish you good luck in that. But you're all allowed, so you can come with us. It's about an hour's walk away from here. Just be sure that you're touching either Shade or one of the scouts here.
Oh,
looks
fired.
You actually look kind of annoyed at that prospect.
And she, she just starts walking forward, and she motions for all of you to follow.
Are we allowed to gather up our campsite?
Yes, yeah, you can.
Okay. After all that, just go up and wake Miles. Hey, buddy. Sorry. I know you wanted more sleep, but we gotta move.
Wow, my mic cannot pick up me doing the horse.
Well, it's not the only one.
Balfrost packing up his shit. Big dragon yawn.
Rio.
I should mention he also doesn't have his mask on right now.
I imagine so. You were sleeping.
Lizard man, take me by the hand.
Lizard man, take me by the hand.
Yeah, I guess I'll just have my hand on Shade's back as we walk.
Yeah.
Oh, just don't understand the importance of
It's stuck in your head, Sharon.
What the fuck?
Oh.
Huh?
And now it's stuck in your head.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Brown was just mumbling to herself, not passive aggressively. Elves just don't understand the need of beauty sleep. They're always beautiful.
Good mood.
Let me change the music. That's wrong. As you all are walking through the woods, eventually it gets to the point where the only light that you have left is that of the moons looking down in the starry sky up above, creating what's barely even considered dim light around, and you're having to still rely on the navigation of those with dark vision to actually traverse through the woods. And a lot of time goes by. With you being closer to the center of, like the equator, the air still remains quite warm in the summer air, and it gives you a nice bit of comfort, even as there's a light, cool breeze that passes by. Eventually, as you keep walking, you smell what once was, the normal foliage-rich forest. You now start to smell various herbs like cinnamon, and you can even smell like the faint whiffs of smoke, as if fires were burning, but you don't see anything. And as you pass by, as you keep walking, eventually, all of a sudden, your vision shifts to a large village.
This looks very Lord of the Rings.
And the music for Eliel has been... Motherfucker!
Is this ripped up? This looks like it's straight up ripped from Tolkien. What?
I don't know.
Motherfucker, motherfucker.
Oh god, they have an arena of combat.
It's not
They're
actually...
elves. They're not hippies.
Mm. Actually, no. Hang on.
They have to have some sort of training ground, Shion.
Yeah.
Where do you think they get elf combat weapon training?
Yeah.
That's also their delivery ring, Shion. That's where all the children were born. They come out ready to fight.
They're not Spartans or orcs.
I don't know. Elf combat training. From birth.
Oh.
Seems racial ability, mate. It's like it's imbued in their blood.
We know how to use the sword.
Yep.
While you were merely being a baby in the womb, we studied the blade.
As you enter...
It kind of hurt the mother.
As you enter the village, all of a sudden, the air becomes cooler, as though it were autumn, although none of the leaves seem to denote that it is autumn. There are a few wooden houses, some built upon the ground, others in trees, where you can see faint little dancing lights illuminating the houses themselves, as well as a series of tents, to where you can see that there are small little stations to where some elves are actually awake, doing trade with one another, because, they only need 4 hours of meditation instead of 8 hours of sleep.
They really need to trade. Goodness.
I mean, this is a community. They still barter with each other.
Yeah, but you expect... I think it'd be like a rare day where trading is happening, but if it's this small.
And there are a few elves that are in a small, almost arena-like structure, to where you can see they are currently sparring with one another, wielding various blades. A lot of the elves you can see are children. They look as though they aren't any older than 18 years old, and they're already being trained in weaponry. There are also some older women that are training in the arena. Some are practicing archery.
Now it's sad that Felix isn't here, because this is the first opportunity he'd ever have to meet people his own age. A lot of the elves that you see here are wood elves. However, mixed among them, particularly those that are in the arena, seem to be... they seem to have paler skin and, more, basically, grayed-out hair. Balfrost, you would actually know this flat out, that these are actually elves that grew up in the more frozen northern lands of the world.
Ooh.
And as you enter, Mercedes and the scouts are escorting you through, and a few that are... Oh, I forgot, I needed to clear the queue. I needed to have it loop track.
Good job, dumbass.
There we go. And And as you're walking through, some of the elves that are awake currently take note of all of you, and some of the children stop, and a lot of the adults seem to just slowly back up, seeing that these are clearly outsiders. And everyone seems to be giving you all a long gaze as you pass through. Eventually you cross over this wooden bridge over a small stream up to the large ivory structure up
Just gonna
above.
make sure the ravens are staring right back at him. Just like,
Nish.
I mean,
What?
Jinx is kind of staring at everything in awe.
Yeah.
Rowan is too. She's taking in the sight. This is probably
Yeah.
there's probably a little bit new.
One thing about the trees here is that, like, all of the other trees outside, they were, like, you know, standard large ferns or, oak trees, you know, like, well, not oak, you know, pine trees. So they were relatively thick and tall, but these trees are, like, twice as thick and, like, almost, like, 50% extra in height.
Does the way of life here kind of seem similar to me at all?
The what?
Or- Does anything here seem similar to me at all, or
It...
is it different from Teldrassil?
Yes, it's more of in the way that in Teldrassil, they have more lunar paraphernalia and iconography, so there everything was a lot more white. They seem to have specifically blue and white shaded dancing lights. They had stone monuments and shrines all about, but this place seems to be more earthly and more verdant as opposed to what was in Teldrassil.
I'm gonna ask the same question as Balfrost. Does this look familiar to me whatsoever?
Basically the same exact answer I gave.
I mean, regards to, like, am I getting any deja vu?
Give me a wisdom check. Actually, no, a charisma check because of past lives and shit.
Yeah. Oh.
You do get a sense of deja vu. It's
I'm gonna ask the same. No.
no. But Jinx, you do feel as though that, like, while your mark is not activating, it certainly tingles as you are in this area.
Feels like an itch.
Resonate.
Like maybe there's a
Sure.
bug on it.
Also, I don't get the point of this boat right here in the river.
That's just the art.
I know, but it makes no. This is a fucking waterfall, and this place is fucking blocked.
I don't know.
There's no
But
point
yeah,
to
it
this.
doesn't feel like your mark is activating, but it does feel stimulated.
Does it just feel like there may be a bug crawling around it? You make them give them the crawlies.
I just briefly stopped for a second and put my hand on it.
Yeah, it's more like a hot patch that you're feeling.
Uh-oh, menopause coming early.
And
Shouldn't be surprised.
And as Mercedes is leading you, she says, okay, in there, and she points to the big building, we have extra rooms for guests. You're going to be staying there, and in the morning, you can find one of the elders teaching a class. When that class is done, if you don't want to pay attention to it, you can talk to them. If you want to talk to all of them, then I'm sorry, but they've been busy on the clock trying to keep up communications with everyone else.
Sad.
So
And
there are other places like this?
yeah, there are a lot more on our sister continent, where the last world tree is. We used to have more, but
Oh, tell us.
this place is a refuge now. We even just inherited the... I wrote down the fucking name and I don't remember, but I didn't remember it off the top of my head. We even just took in the Frost Ridge clan. A tribe. They came in a week ago.
We have any clue what that is?
It's a bit more obscure, so Shade and Balfrost can give me history checks.
just sort of dropped that name like it felt like we were supposed to know something about it. I was like, did that come up? That name come up later? No.
Well, it also is, just name dropping because, this is a world.
Yeah.
In response to her saying the world tree bit, I don't remember the world tree over there looking quite this great. Well, it looked much, much greater, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a world tree. It's supposed to be.
She looks sad at that.
I would have wanted to see it, but... However, that's not enough for Balfrost, so this was not something that you have directly learned. But Shade, you have heard tales of the Frost Ridge clan here, and they basically were snow elves, to put it lightly. They're still wood elves in terms of like their origins and everything, but all of their culture and their hunting methods and everything centered around surviving in harsher winter climates, and it was one of the tribes that survived the Scourge invasion, but they only managed to get to the other side of the mountains.
So polar elves. Albino elves.
They're not albino. Yeah.
This place takes in a bunch of other elven refugees.
That explains the guest rooms.
Well, we've been trying to build extra houses, and she points over to this collection here. Those are the ones we can put up quickly for any new ones. Nearly doubling our population, we've had to have some people share a house, and it's been pretty tight for them.
This place serves as a safe haven for pretty much all kinds of elves.
Yeah.
Half elves on the way here, did we?
No, they're not allowed in.
And the only reason you guys
Except
could...
those, we don't talk about those.
And the only reason you guys could even see this place was because you were with us. Only elves and only people with elven blood can get in, or rather, see it. If you don't, you would just walk through and would promptly be shot.
Wait, like an automatic thing? Or like guards?
Guards.
Okay.
Why shoot if we would just walk through and not notice?
Because we can't risk anything right now. We don't know if anyone's got any. We don't know who can come in with true sight.
You don't have like alter
You
memory
realize-
or anything like that.
You realize
Don't
if
have
you were to
anyone
kill
who can do
someone,
that?
If we do have
You realize
modified
if you
memory,
were-
I can't tell you about it.
you realize if you were to kill someone, it would bring only more attention here, right? You're more likely to kill the wrong person here and bring attention that way than kill someone with True Sight. True Sight is a very powerful spell. With a war going on, you're going to find a lot more scouts in the near future than those people.
And we're gonna be hoping that those scouts were just told to go out into a direction and see what they find. So if they don't come back, they don't know where to look.
You'll be narrowing it down one way or another.
And she doesn't respond, but you can see that she's internalizing what you're saying. But
Oh, I forgot to mention, but while we were on the train, it was attacked by druids, from, Teller, I think his name was.
Faswin?
Yeah,
Was that the name?
That's the one.
Yes, he asked me, to introduce you to him. I told him he could find you around the mission. Generally.
What happened that made Teller show up for a train?
The
Jacob was
train
very
had
careful with Kaiser.
Nah. The train's cargo contained large, mithril.
Who's adamantine?
constructions. Oh, adamantine. My bad.
He doesn't know levels.
Yeah. Large adamantine contraptions. Some were pistons, I believe. One was the spinning, like the top like the Beyblade looking one that you
Yeah.
mentioned. Would that have looked like a head?
Yes. If you consult the image in TSR General, it looks like where the head is.
Yeah. One of them was looked to be maybe a metal head.
I don't care about the specific parts, but you say this is an adamantine machine that they were carrying?
That the Ironworks was working on, yes.
Well, Teller is brash. He is strong, but he is more reckless than I even know that you think we are, as she looks to you, Bronwyn.
I could
Yes, they
tell.
mentioned-
He made me spill my tea.
Yes, he mentioned not wishing for any casualties. However, they ended up, we ended up with a handful of the deceased.
Well, Teller is strong, and I'm sure that having someone like him would be good. But, given what's happening, I'd rather he just be working on his own and taking care of his own problems and helping us indirectly. If you were here, then that would definitely make things more difficult for us.
I would definitely send Ajax in this general direction.
Which is what we're trying to avoid as best we can, while still
Yeah,
actually...
does not seem like a very subtle man. Which is confusing for one who should be in tune with nature. Very judging her.
I heard that he likes to just turn into a land shark and bust through everything.
She just
Out of character, is that something Taken did?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
turned into a bullet. He used both of
Yes.
his wild shapes to turn into a bullet.
God fucking damn it.
And they fought on the elemental plane of Earth. Which, after watching Mr. Rex's video, I realized I portrayed terribly wrong.
It's fine. It could be your elemental plane of Earth.
I mean, the elemental plane of Earth in that video was way cooler than just the... Here
Well, it's been 50 years. Change it.
Yeah.
Also, he's not. Also, you're not gonna be able to portray a whole cool realm in one freaking one shot.
Also, there are multiple planes of Earth.
No, there's not. There's just multiple parts of it.
Yeah,
No,
it's
no,
just
no,
the
no,
transition to the other
multiple-
planes.
No, there are multiple planar universes.
Oh,
Anyways,
we're getting into multiverse theory now.
Mercedes
Multiplane theory.
would say, and because of that, I'd rather he turn into a land shark and destroy Ajax's shit, not here. So if you see him again before I do, tell him that I appreciate the offer, but we'll just be allies.
Hope I don't run into him again.
This is so this is what it's like to be rejected.
Sorry, don't be. Will just be what?
Allies.
Okay. Wait, I thought his. Offer
He wanted
was
to be
allies.
like directly working with them, like together, not just
Oh,
allied.
okay. Okay, so acquaintances.
Yeah.
They are in a pretty good spot in the forest.
Yeah, but we interrupted your rest. And she leads you to your rooms in the building. Here is where you'll be staying, and you can do almost whatever you want within reason. If you need me, then I'll probably be coming back after another scouting session tomorrow.
we won't be shot on sight for just walking around, right?
Yeah, are we gonna need like escorts when we go out?
Well, I'll tell the guard.
Badges.
Would
Oh.
it be easier if I just walked around as an elf?
No, don't.
No,
don't.
that would be worse.
That would be much worse.
Okay.
I'll tell all of the guards that who you are and that you're allowed here right now. And whenever you plan on leaving, it's gonna be best to know if you're gonna plan on coming back within a week, and then telling the elders, or me, and then I tell them.
Understood. Thank you for your hospitality.
It's the best I can provide right now. You all have a good rest. She walks off and leaves you to your rooms. Is there anything you guys want to say to each other, or are we just gonna skip to the morning?
We're not talking Bronwyn sees it. Seems like she's just gonna pass up.
What?
Yeah, that.
Hey. Well,
So-
she's not gonna engage, but she'll respond if anyone else engages.
Jade, how do you know this place?
I'm an elf.
So wait, every
That's-
elf knows about this
Is
place?
this just a,
That's not helpful.
No.
Yeah, I
Those-
say.
I
Because I know elves. I don't think they know about this place.
Felix in the background, sneezing.
Well, when I
is
first arrived
supposed to
on
be a
Alaro-
secret, I don't think they would have, told you a secret like this, since you're not an elf.
when I first arrived here on Elaroa, I stumbled upon it as I wandered through the forest.
And this was not the last time you left, right?
No, this was before the divine hemorrhage.
Oh, okay.
And back then, it was an actual village of a few elves, but now it's a refuge.
It also, I also feel like the forest was probably a lot bigger back then.
It did not have the Ironworks Coalition's railways cutting through it.
deforesting.
Yep.
Are you gonna get in trouble for bringing us here?
Just let me handle that. Take care of it.
Okay, then.
I'll talk to you guys in the morning.
We're in our rooms now, right?
Yes.
Are we in individual rooms or just one solo big room?
It was 2 rooms with 2 beds.
Okay.
Balfrost is realizing that probably having that ID just kind of sitting in a bag is probably a bad idea. So he's gonna start storing that in his boot.
What?
So that way, if anyone actually is trying to find anything like that, they'll have to actually make him remove his shoes and then search the shoes themselves.
Okay.
We're going full NSA. Balfrost is going to be the reason that ruins it for everybody when he makes the shoe bomb.
Now that would be Mimbius that would do it.
He doesn't seem like a bomber.
Mimbius would also take Mimbius would also take disproportionately extreme measures to deal with something.
Mimes is also not subtle enough to employ a shoe bomb.
Okay, I'm going to sleep.
Yeah.
Okay. And if that's the case, then you guys can officially take your rest and tick over the calendar.
Do that in a second.
Okay, I'm a level. Fuck.
I get 1 hit die back, and also 1 hit die worth of healing, but I am literally only missing 1 health.
Did I get the hit die first, or do I roll the hit dice?
You roll your free hit die healing, then
Oh,
you
yeah.
expend any number of hit die you want, then you regain hit dice.
It's free up to your Constitution mod again.
You can spend any number of hit dice on a regular rest.
And
No, but how many
full-
how many free hit die do we have?
You roll 1 free hit die, and you get back a number equal to your Constitution modifier, minimum of 1.
Oh,
So you only get 1 free.
Level 7.
Awesome. And give me all my hit die.
Okay, level 7, so your effective cash level is 3.
Okay, so I get. Fuck. Does I get 3 SP?
Ooh, I got one more.
Yeah.
I got a charge back on the bracers.
Which is so weird. Oh yeah, I don't have charged anymore.
Pumpkin Hill.
that's annoying.
You're what? You're at 1 less than max?
No, I'm at 50. I'm at 50
Oh yeah.
out of 74.
Oh yeah, DM. Just
Hey,
making
so
sure.
am I.
They didn't make any deal out of Felix's book, did they?
The scouts did not.
Oh shit! I'm
Okay.
considering the thing's origins. I'm surprised.
That's what I'm questioning. I don't know its origin, so
I mean, like,
Apparently none of the elves do either. It's just
I
a
mean,
good thing.
those 4 scouts don't.
You might.
I did
Yeah,
say they
Oh,
were
maybe
also
the elves
young.
would be fun.
Yeah, just remember I'm carrying that. I have
I can't
that.
wait to meet the elder.
Alright, take over the calendar. Where's the calendar? Don't alter
Oh my
Felix.
god!
Back to max on the fucking staff.
Every time I roll that, I roll max.
Just
Of course, then I say that next time I'm gonna roll minimum.
Just use all your charges.
No,
Forehead.
no.
Okay. Sound good.
Bad idea.
So Rio regains hit dice.
Alright, so
I don't trust my looking.
Just my luck.
as you take your rest, the day ticks over, and as you sleep, the beds are quite comfortable. The sheets are silken, and they smell of lavender.
Alright, where do they get the perfume for this shit?
What?
Where do
Yeah.
they get the perfume?
Do
I mean,
feel like
they can just
they're-
grow lavender flowers.
I'm just questioning who like spent the time to like rub the flowers on all their silk.
Elves, because they like to feed.
They be fancy.
They have time.
Yeah.
They have life. They have years.
Does my blind sense tell me that someone's just kind of trying to watch me as I sleep?
Nope.
Your blind sense like 10 feet.
Yeah.
Same?
Oh, you meant that fucking spirit thing.
No. No, I mean my blind sense of 10 feet.
No, I thought you were talking about like an elf, like one of the elves here just watching you sleep.
Yeah.
Well, you don't.
Oh, okay.
I mean anything in general, but specifically, yeah, the elves, because those are the ones I'm most
Oh
suspicious
yeah,
of.
all these elven rogues in this woodland village.
Dogs.
Damn rogues!
But the sun rises as birds are chirping, and you can smell early morning breakfast wafting in the air through the windows. And you all are free to do as you wish within the village of Eluel. And this is where we can just use the map for like a generally, I want to go here sort of thing, because I could not find a way to make a map that looked good to represent this place.
Yeah, fair enough. You want to look smaller fire tokens? Then
Yeah, I can shrink it down. Hang on.
Shrink.
Divide.
Divide.
Turn the cell with
Boost!
2.
Boost!
Roost.
Boosto.
Shriek monster god.
Alright, so, yep. Where would you... What would you like to do?
We're gonna have this jinx today.
Let's ask the tourists first.
Ask the tourists.
Yeah.
Guys, you're technically a tourist. You've just been here before.
No, I'm a guest.
You know all the good spots.
No, he's
I'm
just a
gonna go
person who
directly
has like a
to
summer
the
home
plot,
here.
So
That's true. I guess you are the chaperone.
so someone else first.
He's the rich kid in the anime taking us to his summer home.
What time is
For
it
the
right
summer.
now?
It's very early morning, like 8 or so in the morning.
Okay. Yeah, earlier than I thought it would be. Okay. So, your friend said that one of the elders was teaching a class somewhere? Did she say where?
The...
Oh, it'd probably be down by.
Yeah.
DM, that's your cue to
Yeah.
jump in.
It would...
No. Like,
A lot of the women teach in their own homes, but there is a dedicated place to where the elder teaches anyone who wants to learn in the village in this area. They always teach a
Yeah, I was
class.
gonna go there.
We all gonna go or what?
Yeah, I was gonna
I had
go.
an experiment
to-
I wanted to try, but she's going.
Yeah, I was gonna go attend the class, and then when the class was done, so I could just talk to the elder, but also attend the class.
Okay. Is everybody wanting to go with Shade?
Sure.
I guess I can't do my experiment without him.
Make. Okay.
Chris, are you gonna? Is Brahman gonna do anything?
What do you want to do in the village, Bo?
It's kind of uncomfortable to think of just walking around on my own. Just
Just float around a little bit.
You witch.
it should, she's not a witch. She will just find like a spot just on a nice
Give me a
tree.
second.
It looks isolated.
Derby.
Okay. Then that would be like somewhere over here, I guess.
It looks like there's some any like fruit trees. It'd be hard to reach. She can just enjoy herself.
Just give me a perception check.
You're funny, DM.
I also need to Google what fruits grow in forests.
What
Don't
i-
click.
Dear
Grow-
Google, what is fruit?
Grow on forest trees. Edible fruits in the forest. Goose plums? What the fuck are goose plums?
You could have just made up some fucking
They're what grow
Elven's
into
magic
goose.
fruit, but
I-
no, you wanted.
I had something else in mind that you would see. It's just that's what you're specifically looking for. I was looking for an answer.
Or just look at like what fruit naturally grew in your homelands.
Can we find Sensidias? I need to work on my Serenity pot.
Just look what the heck grows
Some
in the
really
land of
nice-
Ire.
These trees seem like they would be some fucking great maple syrup.
You actually, there is actually a tree that's growing persimmons next to you.
Okay, I
Alright.
heard persons.
Persimmon.
Persimmons?
I've not pronounced it as that, but yes.
I returned.
Welcome back.
I actually don't.
Trees are
I know
growing
how
people,
to.
guys.
I actually don't know what persimmons are. I just know how to say it.
Yeah, humans are churros. So what?
So it was. Sorry, that was involuntary.
Yeah, look
Don't
at me,
apologize.
Chris. I'm Mexican.
A persimmon, it basically kind of is a mix between a tomato and a peach. Not like a genetically bred one, but that's the best way I could describe it.
Sorry. What?
A persimmon.
Persimmon?
Yes, yes.
Look, the first time I heard the word was from Sekiro, and that's how they pronounce it, okay?
I swear to God, like when you first said that, I thought you said persona.
Persona!
Persimmon.
I found a persona in
none
the
of-
trees.
None of us have the charisma for that.
Well, we don't know how it works.
Arsene! Bronwyn just fucking
But yeah, that's.
Ah, I have the
climbing
full
up trees.
persona now.
Suddenly sees Arsene.
But yes, that is what you find that you're looking for. But also, on the ground you see a bushel of berries that look like partly translucent with a slight blue coloration to them.
Those are
I wish I had identify.
Identify would not
Already
tell
crystal
would not
berry.
identify fruit.
Oh wait, I do have identify. Well, does it look magic?
That would be more of a nature check.
That only identifies magic items and creatures.
Why wouldn't identify
It also identifies magical effects and spells, not if this thing is like detect magic would determine if it's magical.
Well, then identify seems like it would do the trick if it had any effect. No.
What?
Magical effect are you looking for?
Any.
This is what gives elves their elven training.
There is no
No.
magical effect affecting this fruit. Because these basically do look like berries.
Well,
Oh.
Chris,
I eat
what
one.
was the fucking fruit that blew up in Twilight Town?
It was a bomb banana.
Banana.
Are there any bananas?
No.
The thing I literally just
Okay.
stole from Smash Brothers.
I thought you took that from fucking worms.
That was the
No,
worms. The banana bomb was a fucking frag grenade.
I
Worm-
never
yeah.
had to play Worms. I took it from Smash Brothers.
Well, anyway, are
Um,
you eating the mysterious translucent berry?
I am.
This is where Bronwyn is alone. She's not going with you
Oh.
guys to the lesson.
Do I look like Sokka? Anyway.
Drink cactus juice.
Or some other magic imbued object. You learn its
It's the
properties and how to
wedges.
use them. Wouldn't that tell me if there's any magical properties of it?
This is not a magic item. It's a fruit.
You
Chris,
choose
it's
one.
just a fucking berry. Eat it.
I love this campaign.
Eat it or don't.
Or pick it or don't.
Or bring it to Jinx. I'm sure she will.
No. Does
Then
it look
cuts
like
the
anyone's
shade
about?
already
Does it look
eating
like any
one.
of the elves are about to eat? Might be a bad
The closest group of elves are the ones at the lesson that you see off in the distance, and none of them are eating. So,
Don't they look like they have like a luncheon?
It's not much.
no.
It's like 8, 9 in the morning, Chris.
I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give. Dang,
It's
I
not
don't
lunch
wanna-
time yet.
I'll just have some and send it. Yeah, I'll just pick some for later for
All right,
science.
you're able to get a bushel's worth, so that'll be like 8.
Write this in my shit. Question mark berries.
Meanwhile, everybody else who went to go experience a lesson.
Class.
Kaiser, I'd like you to roll me 1d3 to see which elder is teaching the class today.
Oh, okay. I thought I was gonna eat a berry first.
No,
Damn it.
you weren't
The
with
berry
Bronwyn.
stands on the way.
Guys, roll 1d3 to see which hallucinogenic effect you take.
1.
Uno.
Alright. So, the elder that is giving the lesson today is Bridget, the Elder Starseeker.
Is her last name Jones?
No.
Okay.
You didn't say Uno. Draw 5 cards.
Damn it!
Let's hear, and it's Shift Z, I believe, to show what they look like.
It's Shifty Trucker.
Shut up. And as you approach, you can see that there are a good amount, like about a dozen elves, both young and old, that have showed up to actually hear the words of Bridget for what lesson that she teaches. And as she is speaking out to all of them, you can actually see that she has many large sheets of papyrus stapled together on branches of a tree, and you can see that they look like a star chart. And you can see that she has it lined up to where there are all the symbols relevant to the star signs. And because it's a lot of work to make your own fucking star signs, we're gonna go with the real world ones, you know, Sagittarius, Capricorn, and all that.
Immersion.
DM is lazy.
Wait, let me check what.
I've seen only like one work of fiction try and make their own, and I can't even remember what it was.
Probably Tolkien.
No. I
Tolkien
don't-
made fucking everything, alright?
I don't doubt he probably did, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. That I actually know of did it.
DM, you have a different like set of days per month. It's still 12 months, but like it's a different set number. So how do the star signs
People
work
really,
there?
people really want to draw crabs. I don't know.
How do you determine what zodiac you are? Aside from a BuzzFeed quiz in your
That's-
world.
there are still 12.
The same way
Yeah.
you do so before BuzzFeed with the
Yeah.
the
Yeah, I
chart.
know, but it's a different world with different number of days per month. So
And a different BuzzFeed.
Well,
Yeah,
well, anyways, because for the sake, like, still, yeah, there's still the 12 normal star signs that, you know, like, have governing powers.
So is it like, doesn't matter, like, is it, because like, with the zodiac, it doesn't just matter like what month you are, but like what part of a month you are born. So how does it determine in yours?
This actually
Okay.
isn't, well, actually,
Me and Kaiser are
the
different
lesson that she
ones.
teaches here is not the normal pop culture astrology that we know in the real world here. She actually explains of how, depending on where you're born and what time of day it is, the light of the stars and the cosmos around, and the governing powers of the stars and the houses that they rule over actually govern a lot of the fortunes of your fate and the aspects of your life, both internal and external. And
DM, what's my zodiac?
So astrology is more like a science.
yes.
Then man, my fucking sign must be fucking horrible.
Of course it is. It's an ology. Anyways, yeah, no, DM, what's my zodiac?
Well,
Asking the important questions.
let's see here.
What's your birth date?
What month were you born in?
Oh no, you
Lunas.
went into way too much detail.
Well, here's the thing, Chris. I can easily just fucking use a star chart maker online and just use equivalent like information.
Also just
Uh,
bullshit.
Finally cheating.
Unis.
Could also just bullshit.
So that would equate to January.
This feels like not a good idea. Mostly because there's no way the players at all model their characters' personalities and fates that way. But whatever.
How about the DM can retroactively make that so?
Well, that would.
He's probably going off.
Well-
I want to dive into some lore here.
It's. Well, you.
Let's go.
Well, your prominent sign would be Capricorn.
Mhm.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
So can I'm a Libra.
Okay, what about Jinx?
what month was she born in?
It's probably a
I wrote this down. Un December.
In December. So that would equate to what day in this? Actually, no, that would be the one before that.
not Pisces.
I believe that's Pisces. Let me double check.
No wait, November. It's basically November.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, November.
It's Sagittarius.
Sagittarius. So that would be the.
That's not at all fitting for
I feel like I'm the least capricious though.
That's Capricorns are overtly serious, so
Yeah, and Shade doesn't really jest.
Yeah. So again, I'm the least capricious.
yeah, she's definitely
Uh,
fitting.
for sake of ease, Belfast is just gonna be 3/24 because I'm lazy and don't feel like figuring out the day.
A
This is the fiery
Change it.
part of being a Sagittarius, but not.
Does it make a
not like
difference if I was born at nighttime?
Yes. But that more determines which house the planets are in. And the planets are more I could just easily name, but for right now we're gonna just use the references of the real world planets. So like it'd be like Mars in 8th house, and that determines a lot of things for you. And she basically gives a good number of examples on how every single star sign in a certain degrees of each house has varying effects. So like if you have, let's say, Capricorn in 30 degrees of your 7th house, that has more of an effect than if it was 20 degrees in your 9th house, essentially. It's
Yeah,
a
I
lot.
actually did think this through. He was born at like 2 a.m.
At 2 a.m.
Goodness, there's so much math I forgot about.
Yeah. It is a
There's
lot.
math involved in divination. What the fuck?
And this
Yeah, divination's a useless subject anyway.
this
Thanks, Umbridge.
McGonagall, thank you.
Well, Umbridge was worse. Fired Trelawney.
I mean, I didn't say we should get rid of the professor. She.
and Shade, what region of Hingashi were you born? Were you born in the north, south, east, or west?
East.
That would be.
Wait, hold on. No, let me double check. Whichever. Wait, no, west. I think it was west.
Let's see here.
Yeah, the west.
Do-do-do. So you said west?
Yes.
Then that would be, I believe, water. That is ruled over by Seryu. So that would be your primary elements.
Wait, what? That's weird.
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head.
The Azure Dragon should be on the east. White Tiger is on the west. And then Vermilion Bird to the south. And then the Black Tortoise to the north. That's usually how the Chinese 4 symbols go.
Which one was east?
Wait, what?
Which one was east, Kaiser?
The dragon is Azure Dragon is the east.
Azure Dragon.
Unless you want to swap it.
No, I'm not
Well-
swapping it. I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head.
The reason why I swapped it was to be in line with the
Opposing of the
cardinal
elements.
points. With the cardinal points.
Yeah, so
And then also looking at your on your world anvil, Forest of the East Wind. And
yeah, then that would be a Byakko. So the west would be Genbu, so Earth.
Forest of the East. Birch trees. Yeah.
So given that you were born in Hingashi, in the west, then air, given because we're trying to extrapolate character information into astrology, everything, your primary element is still air, but you do have more signs of earth within. And like she's actually trying to walk everybody through it as she's giving this lesson.
I'm attending this class.
Yeah.
Okay, what's
Yeah,
yours?
With Jinx, her primary element is fire. However, given where she was born, her next most primary element would be water, and then
Yeah.
she has very little air.
Oh,
She's not very
please.
smart.
Please tell me Balfrost's primary element is fire.
Despite having probably the biggest intelligence score here.
Given Balfrost's location, a lot of his two primary elements, like tied together, are water and fire, and he has like no earth and a little bit of air.
That's very bad. He's not grounded at all.
I mean, he's not.
Like it makes sense that I am not in the forest because my my Mask of the Wild thing is grassland.
Well, now I'm sad. Felix didn't get this lesson.
So wherever that was.
It's fine, we'll bring it back
in the
to him.
west.
Even though I could maybe guess. Actually, I don't know what the DM would say.
I'm trying to like go through all this and imagining how it would actually be translated as Bridget here is teaching everybody. And because of her magic, she actually can produce like an ethereal star chart illusion to actually show what it would look like in the night sky and how she would look up to actually determine everything.
Hell yeah, let's dive into some lore.
And one other, and that's mainly the course of the lesson that she has for everybody. And next time she teaches, which will be in the next 3 days, she'll be going further into astrology, and she'll be touching on the legend of the zodiac weapons.
God damn it.
Everyone's favorite.
Mm-hmm.
But eventually, after some of the more studious elves ask their questions and they leave, she is left mostly alone with you three.
Yes, the Zodiac weapons. I've also watched Saint Seiya. That's a lie, I haven't.
Yeah, neither. That's it's a common theme. Like,
Hello there.
oh goodness, what is that?
It's me trying to do my Irish accent while trying to sound ethereal.
I could tell. Holy, you got.
If you could tell them, why ask?
Oh no, the Irish language is pretty ethereal by itself.
Dude, if you go to County Kerry, you will not understand anybody.
It's more. I wasn't genuinely asking. It's more like the kind of asking where you finally get to see a tank in your life. And you're like, what the fuck? It's a tank.
It's and boy, it's me doing an Irish accent.
Yeah, it's like.
Oh my.
I legitimately played a character in a Game of Thrones campaign where I was speaking in an Irish accent the whole fucking time.
Well, then.
But yeah, hello there. Is there anything that you would like to ask about the lesson?
Oh, is this to us?
Yeah, like she's like the more studious elves have left, and you guys were waiting so you could actually speak to her about your own matters.
No, I wish to talk to you, Elder.
What is it that you wish to speak about?
I wish to head off, meet with the heart. But I also, would like to bring my companions along.
What purpose do you have to visit the heart and bring them with you?
I'll be right back.
We're looking for a magical rune. And the chance we might not necessarily need the heart for that matter, but I more personally would like to make a contract directly with the heart. Of course, we would have to go meet the guardian first, in which case we could ask the guardian about the rune and might not have to deal with the heart for them, that is.
Even if I myself permitted you to visit the heart, you do not have the means to allow it. You must receive a blessing from those who are one with the world and have visited the place before, having met the guardian. The only one of us that has is Sael, and he is currently speaking with the spirits himself. He will not be
Sorry, yeah.
present to speak with others for another 2 days, and
I'll go pee.
I see.
if you were to speak to him and he were to grant you your blessing, you would then need to be granted a blessing from the guardian itself.
Mm-hmm.
But what purpose do you seek for this rune?
Ultimately, to save her life. Because I'm assuming Jinx and Balfrost are still there as well.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah.
And she looks to you, Jinx. What endangers your life to where you must visit a holy site?
I didn't know it was a holy site when I learned about it, but my life is in danger from my family.
What of your family? What about your family endangers you?
One of my cousins. One of my cousins wants me dead. I do not know why. But there's no doubt that that's what he wants. That's what he's trying to do.
If you are being hunted or rivaled by a relative, then you have my sympathies. However, for such a matter as that, and one that does not concern an ailment or divine punishment, I cannot allow you to visit the heart. Even if I had the means to prevent it.
She said ale or punishment?
An
Ailment
ailment or divine punishment.
Certainly feels like the gods are kicking my ass.
Hopefully it does. Hopefully it may not require the heart. Perhaps the guardian would have the answer for the location.
That's true. All I know about where it is doesn't mention anything about a heart. It simply mentions the Emerald Golem. As well as a forgotten hut. But I can only imagine it's forgotten because you people are help keep it secret.
Perhaps.
So really then the only reason we would have to go to the heart would be my personal.
Should Sael think that you are worthy of seeing the heart, and the guardian wishing to bestow a blessing upon you, I would also allow it, but only you.
That is fine with.
And I must offer a warning to you two. Even if you are not permitted by anyone, do not go seeking that place. Those who have, without any blessings... Oh yeah, okay, so just to say, Shion, that matters to you, she's giving you a warning to not go to where the heart is if you don't get any permission, because, and this is where I'm going to continue, those that have gone without a blessing have suffered great consequences. The spirits that guard that place do not welcome outsiders that have not been welcomed.
I understand.
Is that all you wish to speak with me about?
I believe that is all. Thank you for your time.
And she bows and she leaves.
We enjoyed your lesson.
I'm glad you did. And then she walks off.
Yeah, so really, it's just, I gotta wait here for 2 more days for the other elder.
For Sayal to give you his blessing.
I guess in the meantime, then I'll look for the other elder and ask for their blessing. But, like, as for that, the other 2, then...
Well, that would be Diarmaid, and he would be teaching tomorrow. But
Yeah,
she
yeah.
specifically said that only Sayal has been to the Isle.
Yeah. Still, though, good to ask for permission from everyone. Consent, is there someone you forgot to ask?
Yeah, the heart.
We'll ask him when we get there.
Hey,
But
can
yeah,
we visit you? No, get out! Okay.
Well, for now, there is nothing for me to do. Wait. Tomorrow, talk to... what was the other's elder again?
Diarmaid.
And then... Sorry, what?
Diarmaid teaches tomorrow. He's the one elder that,
Mhm.
like, is not Sayal that you need to
Mhm.
ask. and then Sael is the one who will give you who can give the blessing, in 2 days' time.
Tomorrow, I cannot say that name.
Diarmaid.
Diarmid?
Diarmaid, but you roll the R, Diarmaid.
Okay. Tomorrow, the other maid will be holding a class, and I plan to ask for his permission as well. And then the day after that, it would be the day after, or would it be the day after that?
Tomorrow is when Diarmaid teaches. The day after that is when Sael teaches, and that's where you can talk to him to see if he can
Okay,
give
yeah.
the blessing.
Alternate days.
Yeah. So the day after will be when I ask for Elder Sael's blessing. Until those two, what would you two like to do?
Actually had something I wanted to ask your help with.
Oh?
When we entered, my mark, she just puts her hand on her shoulder. It feels like it reacted.
That must be because of the Fey energy.
What?
Fey?
Yeah, I know, Faye.
Well, this is a magical village of elves. It is very Fey. So your mark might be resonating.
Do you think my mark would be able to let me walk in?
I do not know. Is that what you wanted to test?
Yeah. I mean,
Oh.
I'm also curious if Alter Self would work as well.
Oh no. It is blood.
I mean, Alter Self changes. Does it? Would I know if it changes on that kind of level?
It does not change your biology. Well, it does not change your actual biology. It just changes your body in order to best replicate something, which means it can give you gills, but it cannot make you actually dependent on breathing water. It cannot change your blood type. It cannot change your race.
DM, that's entirely wrong.
It can make you look like another race in a lot of physical ways, but it does not actually change your race.
Okay, yeah, but the gills comparison does not work because it actually can make you breathe water.
But no, the difference is that creatures with gills need to breathe water. You can breathe air or water with Alter Self.
Yeah, it can change your appearance and make you adapt to your environment and give you natural weapons, none of which make you an elf. It makes you look like an elf with gills and
But you don't get to
horns.
be as awesome as us.
But no, you don't
You're
get to
not
live as
goddamn,
long.
Shut up.
Wait, shit, you're right.
But yeah, no, sorry, you don't get to live as long.
I mean, I never expected that.
Yeah, so is that the test you wanted to try out?
Yeah. Just wanted to make... She said to warn her if we were going to be leaving. I don't want to be shot upon entry.
Yes,
If it
well,
works.
We should probably wait until Mercedes comes back then.
Is it still, like, reacting to it? Or is it calmed down?
It's more of like you got used to the feeling.
I'm hooked on a feeling.
So what does everybody want
Ballfrost.
to do?
But wait, Shade, Bellfrost, are your marks not reacting to this?
No.
No.
You mentioned before to me that your mark was most likely due to some pact that your ancestors made with the Fae. So
Yeah, that's true.
That might be it.
So what do you guys want to do now?
Balfrost is just gonna go find a nice spot to try and work out more on this tinkering.
That would
I thought you were gonna say meditate, and I was like, well, you're the perfect place. Oh, okay.
the best place would
Yeah, I was
be
gonna say.
the best place would either be back in the room or like off away from the village.
Which
We
means you
met-
can't come back in. No.
All right, yeah. So I'll
Back to your
go
room.
back to my room and
Yeah.
Back to seclusion.
start
Go
tinkering.
back to your room.
And as you walk back on your own, Balfrost, you see that a lot of the people they have their eyes fixed on you a lot. It's not necessarily like they're disgusted or afraid, but they're looking at you as though you are a sight that they've only heard about.
Imagine Auron don't make their way up here.
Balfrost up till now has been walking around without his hood, but at that he just puts his hood up and puts on his mask.
Oh, yes.
Kind of starts to shrink slightly.
It's not conspicuous at all.
But what of the other three?
With this being, a wood elf village, are there just like wild animals? I guess not wild, but animals just roaming about.
There is wildlife, moving about, yeah.
Okay. Jinx just wants to find the quiet spot around the tree,
Mhm.
and just using her mark's ability, just wants to have a conversation with the environment around her.
All right, what kind of stuff do you want to talk about?
Just like the goings on around here, what people see, what the trees over here.
Does your mark let you speak with plants and animals, or just animals?
I'm pretty sure it was both. Let me double check. You can
Reminder.
communicate with beasts and plants as if you shared a language.
Okay. Well,
Just trying to getting an insider's perspective on the city and its citizens.
okay. Then what you get from the plants, it's a lot more neutral and of a much older viewpoint, where they basically describe that all of the people here are young and hopeful, but there is fear that belies them of a coming storm that the trees believe, will only last but a moment, and then pass, and they will rebuild and regrow. The animals, however, they speak less of the people here, aside from the usual, they are friends, and they are kind. The animals speak very much of things that they see go on in between and outside of the village. They describe of many different, sites that they like to eat or visit to sleep. But things that they do see are also, they say that they see a lot of walking men, smelly men, much bad men. They scare the animals.
Bad smelly men come in.
They don't come into the village, but the animals say how they see bad smelly men.
It sounds like Warforged.
Why?
Or
Do you even
just
know Warforged
pirates.
exists?
Or just pirates, I don't know.
Remember, this is the perspective of animals.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the consider
Do we
smelly.
even know Warforged exists?
No.
Okay.
I assume orcs don't really take baths.
I assume I'm getting eyes on me too, not being an elf.
People look at you, but they don't hold their gaze. They always just look back to see what you're doing.
Yeah, just checking it. Okay, then Jinx is just gonna walk around and explore the village.
Alright. Which direction do you go? Do you want to go to the tents, or do you want to go into the training arena?
I mean, it's Jinx.
The training arena. Alright, before we cover that, what's Shade wanting to do?
Tempted to follow, but
You would just see me sitting on the ground talking nonsense for like half an hour.
I'll probably go back to my room and train, meditate, kind of thing.
Okay. And what of Bronwyn? Because during her time just sitting there, the lesson lasted for like 2 hours.
Well, I couldn't have listened in. I'm more trying to take in the surroundings and see, and just look out for general oddities and patterns in the world.
What do you mean?
Like, just see what looks like the norm here. I'm just
norm.
like I'm trying to like tap into that sense of deja vu, and see like what reminded me of the place. Was it the place itself, the people? What?
Okay.
Because you have been in this place before.
I don't know
Higher on
what
the
would be
streets.
applicable here, so we're gonna just say wisdom with proficiency.
So wisdom save.
Wisdom.
I don't have proficiency, so I'll click this and then boop. Oh hey.
21. So, when you look around, the sense of familiarity seems to be in the buildings and the trees. You look upon them, and you get a sense that these trees were here long before your current time, to a time where you remember, and you sat among these trees for a time, and you spoke with the trees. One memory, because you rolled so high, even is a reminder that you moved through a tree, aka the Tree Stride spell.
Oh man, that was really high level.
Tree Stride's a 5th level spell, so that's 9th level character.
For a level
For a
druid, I don't know
ranger?
if I would. I don't know
Yeah,
if
you
I
don't
would.
know if you were still a ranger.
Yeah, it can be different classes depending on the life.
Yeah,
mean, hell, you
that's
could
the
even
last
be-
life with an Eldritch Knight.
I want to see the life that was a barbarian.
No, that never happened. That's her sisters, and only her sisters.
I want to see the past life where she's the druid.
She does not hit things. That is literally against her nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has other people hit things for her.
Exactly.
And
No.
that's generally the sense of familiarity
Hey,
that
you
comes
didn't
back
get-
to
You didn't get that dream.
Totem barbarian.
You don't know all of the specific events that happened, but you do know that you've spent a decent amount of time here.
Can I get a sense how much taller the trees have grown?
With that roll, I would say the trees have grown enough to support another set of branches, I would describe it as. You know, like how these branches are on the side of these trees in the image? I would say
Well, actually, a better question. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 4 stories. Would
Yeah.
this 4th story been able to fit here before? Would this been like the 3rd story?
Yeah, it would have been down to 3 stories.
I'm gonna need to do like nature math.
Nature math.
I don't know what else you'd call it, trying to count the trees. and how like fast these trees grow.
Nature math implies the existence of urban math.
I mean, that's...
I guess all math.
that's
I guess all math.
rural math versus
street
yeah,
math.
Do I roll nature or intelligence? Well, they're both the same.
industrial math.
Nature.
There is a thing for nature math. It's called calculus.
Arcane math.
You can't put the numbers together.
Yeah.
You know it was a long time.
All I really need to know is that there was a point where but this is 3 stories. I can ask at some point. With-
Can I roll for mountain math?
Ocean math.
Ocean math.
Ocean math.
Ocean math.
Oh dear.
The funny part is, Balfrost technically should have already known quite a bit about the stars in that astrology lesson because he needs to use star charts.
He would know the names of constellations and like how to read them for your navigation.
Exactly.
Actually, do you even have navigator's tools, Balfrost? I know you were a sailor. Does that give you navigator's tools?
Oh no!
Fucking
I
better.
do believe it does.
I would hope.
If it doesn't, you have
Yes,
navigator's
it
tools.
does.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
So yeah.
Okay.
Wa-
Any
na- na-
background-
navigator's tools and water vehicles.
Okay.
So he has the star chart. He has the sextant.
If
he has-
anything in this fucking game were to give you navigator's tools, it fucking better be sailor.
Okay, so Balfrost knows how to read constellations for navigation, but he does not know the astrological significance of them.
I know. It's just funny that he would be like, oh yes, I recognize the sign. I use
Yeah.
that to.
He understood
turn
the
left.
first 30. He understood the first 30 minutes of the lesson.
Ah, yes. I
then
turn
quickly
left.
got
I
lost.
turn left when I see that one.
That one means a tornado's coming.
That's not what.
That one means imminent death for us all.
You can't sail in the fucking American Midwest. No tornadoes
Yes,
on
that
the
one
open
means
sea.
giant sea serpent.
There's no tornadoes on the open sea.
That one means we're fucked.
I'm in danger.
Sea tornadoes are just hurricanes.
Okay. So is there anything else that you wanted to do, Bronwyn?
Chop.
I feel like that meditation takes a while, so I'm not.
Okay.
I imagine that's.
Then
basically
we're
it.
gonna...
She's not an experienced meditator. She's more like. She understands through osmosis of her clan.
Alright, then
Classic monk.
Then Jinx goes into the arena, and there, Jinx, you see that there are about a dozen child elves. You know, they actually look like as old as Felix is. They all seem to be currently practicing in archery. However, there are some women that are currently training with swords and everything, and there is one particular elf that stands out amongst them. All the others look like they are residents here, but the elf that seems to be almost kind of instructing, sort of, is this guy. He seems to be wearing He seems to be wearing much thicker furs and a red scarf. He's got short, sandy blonde hair. He has many scars over his face, and you can even see some tribalistic tattoos around his eyes. And he seems to.
Skyrim elf.
And he seems to be. He seems to be very intensely working with 2 women. He seems to actually be fighting off these 2 women at the same time, trying to get them to actually understand how it is that you overwhelm an opponent. And he's the one that stands out the most among you. And as you're watching this, it seems to go on for about another 30 seconds until they both say, "All right, can we take a break?" "Yes, you can take a break. Who else needs assistance? You? Okay, come here. As he seems to be calling over another set of elves. And you can see that this guy looks haggard.
Ready to rumble!
She's going around.
Hagrid.
Well, no, he looks like he's trying to actually teach them and everything, like, hey, who needs assistance with their technique or whatever. But he seems to be going about it kind of a little frantic pattern. You can hear the haggardness in his breathing. And he engages in a sparring match with one elven boy, and like he's a very good swordsman, and he keeps like knocking down the boy, like, and he keeps telling him, "Okay, get up again," and he gives him instructions on how to do better. And this goes on for about another, like, 5 minutes. And after that, Boy's like, alright, I think I'm done. He then goes on to another person. And this goes on and on until like, you decide you want to do something.
How many people does it look like he's teaching at once?
He seems to be trying to teach, like, about half a dozen people.
And you said the other group was just a group of children?
Yeah, the first group was, women, and he was trying to, like, get them both to, like, gang up on him. And the next one was were some children, and he was, like, trying to get them to do one-on-one sparring. But, you know, like, he's just so much better, and he keeps telling them to get up, and he gives them something new to work on, but he just keeps knocking them over, and they... Yeah.
Okay. What Jinx is gonna do is, what kind of weapon is he using?
He is wielding a basic, longsword. And he's one-handing it.
Okay, well, I don't have that. Get rid of that. Okay then, after a while, Jinx's just nostalgia kicks in. And she just gets the urge to train a bit herself, so she goes down, not joining the group, but like staying to the side of it.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't want to interrupt the lesson that's clearly going on. But she's, as he's teaching, she's trying to mimic his movements to the best of her ability.
Okay. Give me just, an insight check.
Oh, I'm not good at this.
6. With, like, how, frantic he seems to be acting, with his lessons, it's hard for you to actually understand what it is that you need to be taking away from it. But as you're doing it, he looks over, wait, you! Oh, wait, you. Huh. Haven't seen you around. As he... everyone can take a break. As he walks over to you, and you can see that he seems to be really pushing himself to, like, come over to you. Who are you? We don't have any humans visit us. At least not very regularly.
I should have followed. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm just here with a friend of mine, who's talking to the elders.
Oh, the elders, yes, they are. They're very... They're very
tired.
kind
Do you
people.
need to sit down?
No. I need to make sure that I and everyone else are prepared for what's to come. Rest can come later when we're all done with everything. Besides, why did you come to this place in here of the village? If you were with a friend, wouldn't you want to be with him?
Something about this place just seems nostalgic.
Maybe you won't... No, you wouldn't have anything else. Well, if you're here for training, then come on. As he, like, just calls you into the center of the arena, and he takes up a stance, like, ready if you're wanting to spar with him.
Sure. I really don't want to hurt this guy.
He's gonna hurt
even though I'm sure he's about to lay my ass out.
Well, just for the sake of time, just roll me an attack with the damage roll included.
Okay.
This is just going to represent your best attempt at the sparring match with him.
Okay, so I just used my best weapon.
Yeah, your best attack and then the damage roll included.
Okay, so technically my best attacks are my spells, so we're gonna ignore that. I thought my training was a magic weapon. Oh well. Or I thought it was a +1 weapon. Oh well.
It shouldn't be that hard. Just look at the best attack bonus and damage.
I know, like, it's all the same. Yeah, I guess two-handed trident is my best damage.
11. Ooh. And let's compare it versus his attack roll.
What the fucking 5? Are you kidding me?
Let's see here. Attack bonus. So long sword, but he's got the thing, and then he's got the thing, and then the thing.
Come on, roll a 1.
No.
Oh, that's a crit!
I just got utterly
Yeah,
humiliated.
so Jinx, in the moment, this guy employs close range guerrilla warfare tactics on you. You keep trying to swing heavily with your trident, trying to actually stick him with it and get a good strike in, delivering your usual the blows you would normally do to kill somebody with booming blade, but you know not to kill him. However, he very just nimbly dodge rolls everything, and he just strikes you square in the back. It hurts a lot, but this is non-lethal damage. And then after he delivers that, he literally just clonks you in the back of the head, and it dazes you for a moment. And that just sums up the fight very quickly. You need to act faster. Again.
Okay. Yeah, this is feeling nostalgic.
So, again.
Oh, okay. That was one done. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna
Yeah.
like we can do this as many times as you're willing to take. So 16. That actually still is not even gonna hit him at all. You don't manage to lay a single thing on this guy. But what would 19 do against you?
I should mention Jinx does not have her armor on. She did not
Ah.
come here with the intention of fighting.
Then he would get some pretty handy strikes in on you. Nowhere near as devastating as the others. And he says, "Good, you learned. Now you need to strike harder."
This dude hits me by default.
Sounds like something I would say.
I have an 11 unarmored AC.
Oh well then.
This dude hits me automatically.
But yeah, unless you want to keep trying other.
I'll try one more time.
Okay.
Slowly getting better.
Yeah, what do you think?
Nope.
Fucking
Got worse.
wears armor.
And
Got
21.
worse.
And there, after getting trounced by him again, he just trips you over with his sword and just ends it there. Ugh. Undisciplined. You need more experience overall. And he has you get up again. Do you want to continue?
How prideful does she want to be?
Ish.
Yeah, no, if she told the story to her mom, she'd kick her ass one more time.
One more time?
Or just don't tell her.
Yeah, I feel like this is around the paddle.
Yeah.
18. That would hit him if he didn't parry, because he's got parry. And 23
dick.
against you. And so he deflects your trident, knocks it aside, and then just does the duel thing, where he puts the sword up to your chin.
Okay. I'm sick of this guy. I'm pulling out the maneuvers now.
Let's see, you're 0-4.
Yeah, which one do I have? What do I have?
We're gonna do this one more time.
I thought I had battle. I thought I had battle protection. I guess I changed that up. All I have is parry and repose.
Okay.
That's useful. So yeah, if he roll, it basically doesn't matter for my hit, but if he rolls really shitty, I might have a chance.
Okay.
Okay, so final strike.
14.
Oh,
Don't
God.
even lay one on him.
Nope, not gonna do jack shit.
And again, he just knocks you aside. Again, you got good stamina, but you can't hit for shit.
Okay, I was going to quit, but he said that.
By the way,
At this point, I'm watching and I'm feeling sad.
22. There we go. Something.
22. Yeah, his parry cannot deal with that. So you actually do land a hit on him. But he also gets another really good hit on you.
You just need to be shit talked.
Dude keeps rolling 15s. I want those.
Fine, the DM's using all the good rolls.
Yeah.
Like that. That's what we're talking. That's more like it. That is how you fight. That is how you survive. And you can see that he's like still breathing heavy, as though he's not rested in a long time.
I thank you for the lesson.
Good. And then he goes to continue practicing with other people.
I'm not gonna tell a man how to live his life. Okay, I guess tired from that. Well, not tired, but
I mean, each round that we did there basically lasted 5 minutes because this is not actual combat. It was, practicing.
right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, half an hour. Okay,
Yeah.
that's longer than he should have spent on one person. Okay. Alright then, I'm just gonna go, I guess I'm gonna walk about the tents now.
Alright. And here is where you can basically engage in bartering. They sell whatever you would expect a druid or ranger or an elf to have here. They have herbalism kits. They have long swords, short swords, long bows, short bows, darts, blowguns, healing salves, all the like. But they are not going to take your gold.
Yeah, figured, pure trade. Yeah, Jason just went. She's not actually gonna purchase anything.
Alright.
Yeah,
So
those
that's
trades.
So that's basically gonna be like Jinx's thing. Shade is practicing, Balfrost is making shit, and Balfrost is gonna be counting towards another day towards your training. Anything else? So just gonna ask the group in general now, is there anything else you guys want to do, or is this gonna basically encompass this day?
It's 4 hours per day, and you can't do extra, right?
I mean, doing 4 hours is all you need to do, but in character, knowing you do more lets you know that you're putting more work in, even though that in game rules terms, it does nothing.
So how meta do you want to be?
I'm still gonna be in my room. It doesn't really matter for the day. The next day either, honestly.
So, anything else from anyone else that they want to do on this day?
After finishing with tinkering for the day, Balfrost is gonna go find a place to meditate.
Alright, that's easy enough. This place is very serene. And
Probably
what about...
as secluded as possible.
That's easy. Just go into the woods a little bit. That's all it takes. But what's Bronwyn also doing for the rest of the day?
Well, bollocks. This looks pretty boring.
I didn't expect
Well,
him to ask me.
There's a lot of training going around. Not really into that. There's nothing else fun looking going on. Who looks old?
Perfect.
There are... I mean... There
You're
are
asking
a
that
few...
in an elf society. That's a dangerous question.
There's no one that really looks old. There are some that look like, just really definitive adults.
Okay, better question. Who looks familiar? Because now...
There is somebody you can find that is familiar. I just don't have a specific token for them.
Oh, joy.
The people that you do understand that would be the most familiar are the elders.
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. I'm trying to figure out who the elders are. Not entirely
They're the
helpful.
elders.
Maybe you should
Yeah,
have gone to the Lism then.
Look, she was busy, meditating, and eating
Picking
on faint
berries.
fruit. Meditating. Napping.
You're not meditating, you're napping. I know the difference.
Thanks, Crow. Or Raven.
But yeah,
Oh, no,
like,
wait a second.
uh-huh.
She forgets this a lot. When was the last time I was here? I just grabbed Moonhead. Just bluntly.
Over 400 years ago.
Those trees go very slowly.
Do you think
Who here is over 400? Just looking around.
It's very hard to tell, considering that most elves would be considered old, assuming they didn't achieve immortality at some point when they reached like 600.
Was that you, the DM, or the crow, or the Raven?
Me, the DM.
Yeah, I was asking the Raven. I'm like, who here looks over 400?
That is rather imperceptible.
Perceptiveness is your thing.
Even I have my limits.
You don't. None of these are familiar to you?
Only those that have been passed by. None that would be close friends or any of the sort. There are still.
I get the feeling I've been too many places to even. How does everyone else do this? I go down just to. She's trying to get a headache. She wants to take a nap.
Okay. So it seems like this is just gonna encompass day one of you guys being in Eliel.
Jinx, do one more
is
thing.
tired.
What is it?
Jinx, after she went to spend a long time in the market.
Okay. Actually, one thing does catch Jinx's ear while she's in the market, and it's while she's passing by, basically the tanner or like the meat seller. There are some hunters there that you overhear, and one of them says, "Oh, you know, I heard that there's a pack of mates or something of Toby Gadachis in the forest. Oh, really? Do you think we're gonna go hunt them? Well, they are rather dangerous, but imagine if we managed to actually manage to take one of them, if not both, or more, then we can actually turn them into equipment and arm everyone here much better. Oh, you're right, but I don't know how many people we can actually take with us there, considering that we need to prioritize food first. You're right. And that's the conversation that you overhear.
Who overheard this?
Jinx.
I did.
Oh.
DM, what creature was that?
Toby Kadachi.
The fuck is that?
What?
You don't know what that is.
Okay.
I should have followed you.
Does Rio know what this is?
No.
Come on,
Does
you've been
Balfrost
you've been
know what it
familiar
is?
for how many wizards?
Balfrost might, but Jinx isn't there.
Okay, I just approach out of curiosity. It's something Jinx doesn't understand, so it's something she wants to learn.
Hello there.
Hi, you were talking something about a I'm not gonna try and pronounce that word.
Toby Kadachi.
Obikadachi. Because my stupid brain just hears Arrivederci.
What?
That's.
Arrivederci.
Makes no sense.
That. What is that? I've never heard of such a thing.
The best way we can put it is, lightning snake swirl?
Lightning
Isn't that the
snakes.
thing I read about?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's got the body of a wolf, I suppose, a head of a snake, and the tail of a squirrel, but it's able to create, static electricity.
You started off so strong. You end on tail of a squirrel.
Ah, yes, the squirrel-tailed beast.
And you said this creature could be found where?
Well, I only heard that it's roaming about somewhere, and probably with a mate or a herd or something. At least one. And we were hoping to use its hide to arm the people.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I just get really curious about something I don't know about.
Understandable. You have a good day.
You too. Good luck in finding it.
Aye.
Jinx thinks about that for like another 10 minutes. And then leaves the market. Then leaves the market. Finally realizing, okay, I'm just hitting dead ends in my own brain. And then, similar to Balfrost, just goes and finds the place to meditate because this place is very serene.
Okay.
Every party enters forest. Everyone
Balfrost is
meditate.
meditating.
I feel like I've influenced you.
Why would Balfrost meditate? He's craft.
He's also a monk.
Okay, but
Yeah, but he's
that
crafty.
basically encompasses your first day in Eliel. You guys can take another rest and tick the calendar over another day.
TikTok.
Die.
I'm sorry. I apologize. That was rude of me. That was unbecoming.
Right, I should have fucking.
What?
She's just supposed to have been sending, or she would have either told Rorik before we left, or she would have been sent him a message about fucking Stone Fort.
Well, because nothing's gonna influence you in the game right now, you can do that later.
I would have. Yeah. No. Never mind.
All right, but
I just want to know. I just want to know: Are we able to retroactively have that conversation, or do I need to limit my words to 25?
limit your words to 25 and don't do it in the middle of the session.
I won't. Okay. Just
But
making
by
sure.
the way, also one thing that I want to say when it comes to sending, because whenever we send a sending in the middle of a session and we don't have it immediately prepared beforehand, everybody has to wait for like 5 minutes while somebody types it out. So I'm saying to everybody, say it out loud, count the words, and then adjust it in typing once you've sent it.
Fair enough.
But the new day rolls around, and you guys want to go see the other maid's lesson.
Yes.
I'm looking for anybody
I
to
do
say
that.
no.
Who is not coming with me?
Who's allowed to? Who's not allowed to?
Nobody's not allowed. If you're here, you're allowed to go where you want, and not so long as you don't fuck anything up.
Well, yesterday was very lonely, so I'll stick with them today.
Okay. Then, well, the lessons always take place here. The communal lessons.
Oh, on the way there, Belhar is gonna talk to Shade.
Mm-hmm.
So after, I don't know. It's pretty obvious we're not welcome here, but at some point, maybe after we get the blessings and finish our mission, do you know if we would be able to ask the elders if I could at least record this place for the Cobalt Soul?
Right. Yes, you could ask that. You could also ask. Yes. No. You should ask that.
Because I figure we're not. I'm almost certain they'll reject me immediately if I ask now, but.
So you have that conversation, And as you arrive to the other maid's lesson, this is what he looks like.
Old man, big boy.
Yeah, he
Oh,
actually.
he certainly looks old.
Oh!
Yeah, he is very old, and he has long green robes. With
Alright, what
gold
check do I
trim.
make, DM?
Elder.
Another wisdom check.
With proficiency or not
Yes,
this time?
with proficiency.
Nope.
You get a feeling, but you can't
Fucking-
figure out the feeling.
I got a feeling. I rolled a one.
Yeah. Lovely.
I'm just looking at her the same way Rose is looking at Pokemon. The roses look.
So what's
Wait,
today's
what?
lesson, Professor?
I need to get the image.
Yeah, I'm curious.
There it is.
Let's see.
Welcome to the magic school bus.
This one. Just give it.
Shit, give me a second. I need to refresh Discord.
Just
Okay.
giving him this look like,
That's a great face.
Yeah, it's been mean for a reason.
That is Rosa from Pokemon.
Yes.
Alright. But as you approach, you understand to arrive earlier so you actually can see the whole lesson because of how Bridget's lesson was more entertaining. And the other maid speaks. While you're old, the tales that we have here today are for an old legend of our own. It is that of the 4 holy swords of our people.
I can't tell if you're just slurring the words or that's just the accent.
It's the accent.
4 flory swords.
The
I was like,
4
wait
holy swords.
The 4 glory swords.
The first that came was Rionag, the Sword of Stars. It acted as a beacon in the darkness, revealing the truth in all things, and creating a veil of starlight that restored the life of anyone that sat within it. It was used to ward off creatures from the abyss during a war of darkness, many thousands of years ago. It was wielded by many a great heroes, one that the legends say was wielded by an incarnation of Skaha. After came the Sword of Moonlight, wielded by Aryan Road, and it had a unique property about it, that to keep the blade safe should ever it fall into other hands, it was forged of 8 other swords, one for each phase of the moons. And Aryan Road's 8 daughters each wielded these blades. When they brought them together, they could create the sword, which acted as a place of solace and offered a protective glow in the moon's light. And And last came Grian, the Sword of Sunlight. And with it, all the forces that were driven back and held at bay from the wars long ago were driven away and destroyed with the light. The last it was heard of was to be wielded by the great god King Lu during a time of prosperity after the war. And the legend states that if all 3 blades were to be brought together when the time was right, they could be forged together to create the Clive Solish, the Sword of Light.
I was wondering, he said 4 holy swords. I was wondering, where's the 4th?
Yeah. One of the stars, moon, and sun, and then the true Sword of Light.
So we got a Terraria situation going on here.
Yeah. And then he goes into more speaking of their alleged properties, with Rionag being a restorative one, and one that basically revealed anything that was invisible or lying. Gealak was used more of as a protective method, and Grian was pure holy light and power. And the Clive Solish, or Claim Soleil, was able to embody the best attributes of all 3 weapons.
All your powers combined. I am the Infinity +1 sword.
And many people have questions about the war that was fought between their people and the Abyss long ago, and he gives a brief explanation of how over 7,000 years ago, the Abyss was formed within the Land of Shadow, and there they attempted to invade the home of the Fae, which in the early times it completely consumed the now lost civilization of Ulasil. And even after the Abyss was pushed back, the civilization could never have been rebuilt. And that's a lot of the general things that he goes about over the course of the lesson, which takes about an hour and a half. Afterwards, some people come up to him and they take notes, and he actually hands them his book with their blank papyrus, and he casts transcribe, so that way they can actually get all of his notes and they can read them on his own time.
Yes. Copy machine.
I mean, transcribe is a spell that should exist. And as they finish, he looks at all of you. Oh, hello there.
Jinx has just been taking her own notes.
Yeah.
So,
Are there any questions that you have for today's lesson?
No, I wish to speak with you, Elder.
What is it that you wish to speak about?
I wish to take my allies, my companions here to see the Guardian, and from there, I personally would like to ask Guardian for to go to the heart.
The heart is a place that very few people are allowed to visit. One such as yourself, I am unsure. However, if you wish to simply speak with the Guardian, then you have my permission, but knowing who it is that you bring with you... He then looks at the other three, and he stops at Bronwyn. He pauses for a moment.
She smiles the moment she sees the pause. Like, she has that knowing look.
And
trying to get a reaction out of him.
And he can tell. And he smirks, but then he loses the smirk quickly, and then he looks back to the other two. For your other companions, it is entirely on the will of the Guardian on whether you shall reach the heart. Although I must ask, what purpose do you have, and where have you found your friends here? As he once again does the same thing of like looking at each one of you individually, pausing a little bit on Bronwyn, and then, resuming back to looking at Shade.
Do I know if he has the mark?
You do not know.
I met these two when the dream happened for those that bear a mark.
Yes, Mercedes informed me about that.
Her I met very recently by coincidence.
And what are all of your names? Please do share them with me. I would like to know who is a companion of one of our own.
She bows. Well, I do not know what you knew me before, but this time I am Bronwyn.
And he smirks. It is a pleasure to meet you again. I would like to learn more, but we are in a time to where extended formalities may not be permitted as much as we would like.
It's a pleasure to see someone who at least recognizes me.
It is hard to mistake that aura.
my name is Audrey C. Colt, but everyone just calls me Jinx.
Keeping your
Go ahead.
keeping your true name secret, a wise decision for those that you do not trust.
I am Belfrost Sumal. I am primarily with the Cobalt Soul.
I have communications with monasteries around the world of theirs. They have offered a great deal of information that we have been able to use, and even that we can't, we still appreciate. And what purpose do you have for wanting to see the heart with Shade?
Looks to Jinx.
Well, I'll be honest, it's mostly the fact that, don't want him to get hurt. And also the fact that he has a habit of leaving and forgetting how long he'd be.
You speak the truth of that matter, but I can tell that there is more that you have not said.
Okay, the last 5 seconds cut out.
He says that he knows you're telling the truth about that, but there's other things you're not telling him.
Yeah, Braun also saying, and clearly.
I did mention that, like, for him, to him, seeing the heart was a personal thing, and then the companions was for the guardian.
Yeah, he asked about the heart, he didn't ask about the guardian.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fair.
We have no business with the heart.
Fair, and never mind then.
unless that's where it is.
Still, if you wish to speak with the Guardian, then I have no qualms about it, so long as you treat it with respect. However, again, only you wanting to speak with the Guardian, or the heart, is all that can be allowed, should the Guardian permit it.
I nod.
And whatever it is that you wish, I bid you well, and I hope that our village has been kind to you.
It has, and your lesson was most informative.
And he nods.
I do have to ask. Yesterday I noticed I was getting some odd looks. Is it just that you don't get many of my kind passing through?
It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for one to see a dragon. It is even more rare for them to see a child of dragons that is not yet another. Let alone one from the frigid north, much like those that we have taken in. Those that come from there may see you differently than any others that understand that you are still a man, even if born from dragons.
No, I am used to dealing with that by now.
So long as you decide to do good in the world, it matters not what others think of your appearance. Is there anything else you guys want to say?
Unless you're attracting a mate, then your appearance is very important.
Wait, when did Balfrost want to ask again?
He just asked this question.
No, the other thing.
I mean, I was mostly...
I mean, who are you gonna ask if not an elder?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. You also said that you were in contact with the Cobalt Soul, does that mean that they are already aware of this village's existence?
I thought they are. This place wasn't a well-kept secret years ago, but when Vladimir Ajax II first came, he was what brought not tyranny, but much more industrialized control, I suppose, of the land. And then when the Third came into power, and our kind were considered wrong, we had to guard this place, keep it a secret. Should this war end and the Empire be brought to ruin, then perhaps we can open ourselves up to the rest of the world once again.
Ah, so that's how I found this place before.
And he nods.
I got just one question.
In that case, I suppose there's no need for me to ask about reporting the details of this place. If the Cobalt Soul already know of it.
They do. If you are with them, then I can ensure that, so long as with the proper supervision, as you are an outsider, or considered one currently, you may have access to our library, so you may look for whatever information it is that you do not currently possess.
I would greatly appreciate that.
It will be under supervision, and you may not be permitted all access, but we can provide what we can.
That is perfectly understandable.
But
Balfrost kind of starts to get. Balfrost starts to get a little giddy. Oh shit!
Books.
Well, if that's all you guys have to say to him, then he'll go off to rejoin the other elders in their efforts.
He turns around, he'll feel like the little peck of moon end just before he takes too many steps away.
And he chuckles. And he gives a very friendly wave. Goodbye.
No, he gets another peck because I'm trying to get his fucking attention.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
trying to be cheeky.
Oh, okay. Then he turns around to actually look back at you.
She torn between a few looks before moving on with the original point. Is there anyone else I should be suspected to recognize me?
Perhaps Bridget and Sael, should you be able to meet them.
I met with them when I was here.
Aye.
What, did you say something?
Aye, as in yes.
Oh, okay, that's...
It kind of... Internet kind of fucked it.
Why was I here before?
When were you here before?
I said, why was I here before? I already did the math on that one.
Ah.
We know the when, not the why.
It was to see... It was to rest and visit other holy sites, last I remember. If I'm remembering correctly at all, that is. We had...
Your memory is failing you in old age?
There are many things to remember, as a lot has happened in the past century.
Now I know why my clan was blessed with our gifts.
Aye.
You should be well to praise him. And I just hold up the symbol of Odin. Perhaps he will bless you with better memory in your next life.
And he laughs. Perhaps I will.
At that, I take my leave.
And yeah, and then he takes his leave.
And then I take a leaf.
What?
I take a leak.
Then I
And
grab
Jin-
a leaf.
And then Jinx takes the lead.
God damn it. There's just such.
It's just a giant
Toll.
cutting in line.
It's a Japanese word game.
No, those were actually fun.
You laugh.
So, what do you guys want to do on this day?
Go to the library.
All right,
Okay,
easy,
give me 1 second. I need to restart Discord.
easy enough. Well, what do you want? What do you want to learn at the library?
Anything and everything he can.
How to defeat the Fire
Well
Nation.
then I can't tell you anything because I'm just like, here's all my lore. I need specific
Just a
questions.
simple check. How do we
All
defeat
the
the Fire
time.
Nation? I mean, the Ajax Nation. We just need to find the
I'll give you 3 questions to ask.
Welcome to the library.
Oh, thanks, Gene. Oh, thanks, Jen.
How can I defeat Salem?
No. Then you get told that you're too much of a bitch to do it. You gotta ask how to do it. That's why I can only bet that's the fucking stupid plot twist.
Could I interest? Hey, Sion.
Hmm?
Could I interest you in everything all the time? A little bit of everything. Okay, actually, I didn't double check.
But-
Did you watch Bo Burnham Inside?
Maybe one day.
Okay, never mind then.
If I did watch it, I don't remember.
But yeah, you have 3 pieces of information you can look for. I'm gonna say that's gonna take like the rest of the day for you.
That's
Good. Oh yeah, that's fixed.
great and all, but I didn't exactly have anything specific.
I mean, if you have any world
Continue on, and I will think.
Yeah. Okay, well then if that's the case, then any. Alright, well while Vex is fixing Discord, what do Bronwyn and Shade want to do?
Well, I already just solved one mystery. She's really pretty smug. I don't know.
Thinking. Hold on.
Welcome back, Vex.
Coming up on 20 hours of consecutive consciousness.
I mean, this will be a way for you to be able to go to sleep at an appropriate time.
I was already kind of doing that.
You were going to sleep at 2 in the afternoon trying to fix it.
4 yesterday.
Vex, what is Jinx doing?
Something like that.
Still choosing.
Like, if there's nothing else that you guys can think of, we can skip this day.
Jinx.
Can we go to Kahuna Burger and get our stats up? It feels bad wasting a day.
That's Big Bang Burger.
Oh, Big Hunaberg?
No, that's Big Bang Theory.
Jinx will join
That is.
I'm not doing that joke.
in the library. At least until Mercedes comes back.
Well, Mercedes will come back in the middle of the day.
I will. Go to my room and meditate again.
I guess I'll just find another spot and meditate as well.
Okay.
No one
Yeah,
said anything,
yeah.
so I guess they're not gonna. They didn't do anything bad the other day, so I'll trust them today again.
I forget, did we ever learn? Did Shade's friends ever tell us exactly what that temple was? Or the pyramid?
The underground pyramid?
Yeah.
The speculation is that it had some sort of, at the very least, representation towards the 7 chakras of the soul. Or rather, main ones.
Mm. Do the Cobalt Soul have decent? Is what's up with the burn decently
Yes, actually,
well known?
Actually, yeah. The information that's present, the information that you know, is what happened, which was the Scourge had a very rampant outbreak on Sol Vista, and they nearly wiped out the High Elves. So, in a last-ditch effort, the High Elves all evacuated via teleportation, and they created a special spell and device combination to where it basically siphoned all of the aether out of the land around them, basically almost the entirety of the continent, and then used that aether to create basically an explosion that would eradicate the Scourge permanently.
Plan.
Wait, what?
Plan.
Well, doesn't a flare like actually suck in space?
I mean, basically. You
Yeah.
were sucking in magic. Totally the same.
It's also way bigger than a flare.
Yeah.
I guess it's more like a spirit bomb.
Spirit Bomb doesn't cause nearly as much damage. You kidding me?
Depends on who you use.
I've been charging my fireball for over 3 months.
No. It doesn't. Universal Spirit Bomb does less damage than fucking flare.
It's just a bitch move, though.
Well,
People have done the math.
Ocean is still thinking about the things. So, during the day, Mercedes would arrive back in the village, and you would, and like when you're informed about the shade, by some means, it doesn't matter, you would want to speak to her.
It's shade. You
What?
probably hear her coming in.
Well, like who would want to speak to Mercedes, because she's coming back and like people can see her through the windows and shit.
I thought Vex said. I thought you said you wanted to talk to her.
I did, but I wasn't meditating in the room.
Fair
Like
enough.
this place is
I told you the same spot that I meditated yesterday because it was nice.
yeah.
Well,
Well,
I'll be there. Just let me know when. Let me know when Mercedes. But
well, she shows up. Like you can see her. The place is not very big.
Oh.
The entire place is like 500 feet across. Easy.
It's barely a
Okay.
football field. How does this?
Actually, well, oh wait, no. I don't know the length of the football field off the top of my head, but when you say that, I intuit that is too small. So okay, it's more like 2,000. It's more like 2,000 feet.
Okay, that's
okay.
that's now like 4 football fields, so we're good. Actually,
Football field's 100 yards.
yes. Thank you. I was trying to do the math.
Greater feet.
Yeah, I knew that part. I was trying to divide the rest. Trying to
Nice.
divide 21.
Get this.
7
destroyed.
football fields. 7 football fields.
It's big. Okay. Well then if I see her, I just go up to her. Is she, or I guess, does she look exhausted?
No, she just looks like she's done some hard work. She and like several other hunters come in carrying what appear to be like 2 owlbear carcasses.
I come in just with the tea. Following behind Jinx, assuming she goes up first.
I mean, I was up in the city, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, so like she comes in and you two like approach her. Oh, hi. Is there something you needed?
Hi, yes. We were just wondering if we could have permission to do a little bit of an experiment.
What kind?
Jinx just thinks in her head. Does she know about Shade's detector thing? Should I mention that? Well, she clearly knows about his marketplace. So you're aware of Shade's mark, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know what it does.
Yeah.
Okay, well, on his, detector, I honestly don't know what the word this would be other than detector. I read as Faye, so, and my mark.
Okay, you have a
Kind
mark, and that does
yeah.
it. Okay.
Wait, what?
She's like being like, oh, okay, you have a mark. Got it.
Okay. It kind of reacted on the way in here, so I was...
Oh, wait. That's probably because we're not in the Feywild, but this place has very close connections to it.
Do all marks do that?
No?
No.
No, like, I know that Jinx knows that, but she doesn't know where my mark comes from.
Well, if you say that you register as Fey, yeah, the Feywild probably relates.
Okay, yeah, I am tired. Well,
You did also already ask everyone, hey, did your marks
yeah,
react?
I know. Which is why it didn't make sense. Yeah, the experiment was just seeing if the mark would allow me to cross the boundary without need of elven help.
That's a good question. Fairies can come through. So, maybe.
We just
That's
wanted
really
permission to
serious
try it
stuff. That's
out
good.
before it worked, and I get bombarded with arrows.
I already told the guards that you and Balfrost and you, as she looks to Bronwyn, are all fine. So even if you leave and you come back without shade, we're gonna ask questions, but if you leave and come back within 5 minutes right now, it's fine.
Thank you. I start running towards the barrier.
Children have so much energy.
But you...
Oh, right.
you-
I forget sometimes.
And Jinx, you run out past where you would, you run for like a good, like, mile out to make sure that you've crossed the ward. And then you look back. And you can, actually give me a charisma check.
Straight charisma.
Yeah. If you have, do you have proficiency in perception?
Wait, are you going alone?
Yeah,
I'm not comfortable with her.
I just started running, mate.
But yeah, if you have proficiency in perception, roll charisma with proficiency.
I do not. So.
Then just charisma.
I just turn to her and pull out the berries. How safe are these?
Those are ravens. Wildlife is allowed in, unless they are being dominated, because we don't want any spies.
I said I put out the berries.
Oh, the berries. Oh wait, you asked what those are? Oh, sorry, I misheard you. So you're asking what the berries are? You're asking what they are?
Yeah, the berries.
Oh wait. Oh, those are null berries. I didn't think that we had. I didn't think that any more would grow here.
They were like... Never mind. Not that far off.
What?
Are they special? Do they make good tea?
I don't know about tea, but they are very special. They basically suck bad magic out of you, is the way I remember being told. But if they're not turned into a proper juice or something, they can also suck some of the magic out of you. But it's only, like, a little bit.
So this sounds to me like a lesser restoration?
Mercedes cannot give you any information to which I can divulge into game terms. You need to learn more.
Is this the berry?
Yes.
When I ate one,
You
what did
didn't
it
eat
taste
one.
like? Damn it. Would I not have eaten one? Ever?
You know what? Roll me a D100.
This is truly an important question.
9. You would have.
What's it taste like?
It tastes kind of like... It tastes like a natural version of the real-world blue raspberry.
That's
Would
all
you-
I wanted
Would he remember?
to know. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay.
Would he remember this?
That's for him to determine.
Yes.
Okay, but
Actually,
is there a
pick one
berry
off
that
and
tastes
eat
like
one.
snozberries?
No, it's better. Yeah, just
Uh.
casually eat one.
Okay, so how lost am I?
You're... Let's hear. You rolled a charisma save. That's 14. When you look back, you don't necessarily see Eliel, but you do, like, see this shimmering, like, camouflage effect that's created, like, a bubble that you can see extend very far past your vision, both above and around the area.
Let's walk right up to it. I don't go through it yet.
Yeah, you can see that it's doing the camouflage thing to where it's like it completely it obfuscates what's behind it, and then it breaks up its own silhouette to where you can't see that, to where it's very hard to see that there is actually any obstruction there.
This is extremely clever. Let's walk in.
And you walk in and you see Eliel perfectly normal.
Your security needs work.
We didn't... the people that made the wards didn't think that someone would be a human and also a fae.
I guess I made my way back. I guess I've made my way back. Don't sound that
They
far
did.
away.
They did not account for half breeds.
It's
Half-elves
not really
are-
a half-breed thing.
Half-elves have elven blood. They're allowed in. It's pure humans with crimson marks that they did not account for.
In that case, I should probably give descriptions of my family. I don't want them dying upon entering.
That'd be a good idea.
Oh, in case this ward keeps
They're
going
in
for.
danger.
Oh, that's a good idea. In case
I
this
mean,
ward
depending on the person, this city could be in danger.
Depending on how many centuries this ward is made to stay up, do not shoot at anyone else of Rafasen. I would be very upset because she might shoot me.
Well, I saw... Well, you're a follower of Velka. We don't necessarily... She's not our main god here. But, if you show this first, or just wearing what you're wearing, you may not be shot on sight, but you are going to be questioned.
May not have the memories that I do now, but you know. Are you related to the Elder in Green Cloaks?
Can you say that again, but a little bit more clear?
I'm asking if she's related to the Elder I just spoke with.
No. My parents... I don't want to talk about that.
She nods knowing. She nods understanding.
Sorry to disrupt you after your long day of hard work. You probably want some rest.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
We'll leave you to it.
Thank you. And then she goes off to her own little section. So, Shion, you can stop typing to me now. You can ask your questions out loud.
How much info would I know about, like, the Asm Step in the Empire?
The what?
The Asm Step in the Empire.
The Azim
Like how-
Step?
Yeah, how much would I know about that as well as the Empire?
When it comes to the Empire, You would know. Records have not been updated a lot, but because of communication that's been kept, the general knowledge of the Empire is that they do not employ any magic unless it is specifically to detect and eliminate magic. So spells that they would be allowed to use would be detect magic, identify, dispel magic, counterspell, anti-magic field, which should be terrifying if they could cast that. Unless they could manufacture it, which you don't know at this point. Or Dispelling Bolt, one of my custom spells. But other than that, they are very technologically advanced. They are the most industrialized civilization. High Elves have more Magitech, which has its own purposes and everything, but the Valerian Empire has just raw machinery and technology backing them, and all of their soldiers are at the point where we could basically describe in like let's say it equates to every soldier in the military having guns that would be appropriate for 1890.
Okay.
And then there's like the specific laws that they have of like if you are not human and if you can cast spells and the jurisdiction around that. One thing that is known about it is that they have specific trade laws in place between them and the Dwarven Kingdoms to where all diamond mines are to have all of their diamonds stored in the Empire. Because guess what spell relies on diamonds?
The good ones.
Dynamite. Wait.
And when it comes to the Azim Steppe, that is an area that is... You see, if this is something that, like, you know about my game, it's not coming to my memory, so if that's the case, then refresh my memory real quick, and I'll probably be able to fill you back in on it. If not...
No.
Okay.
No, like, I don't... I'm trying to figure out what all Balfrost would know.
Okay. Then, when it comes to the Azim Steppe, it is basically an area that it lies, basically... It is within, Byaku's region in Hingashi. It, it's what you know in Final Fantasy XIV. Wide open plains, large, cracky rocks that create sheer cliff faces.
Okay,
And
so basically everything 14 translates over.
not everything, but the culture and the aesthetic and the actual regionality of it, yes.
Okay. In that case, try to find like I don't know, potentially more info on more breathing techniques.
Okay.
That monks would know.
Alright. There are many that are used to specifically strengthen your soul and help you before and after yoga. One that strikes you, given how you've been told, how you've been acting, is the sun and moon breath, which is you plug one nostril, inhale through the other for a count of 6,
Wow, that's weird.
hold for a count of 6, and then release the air through the other nostril, rinse and repeat, at minimum 6 times, at most 8 times when you're new. That one seems to speak much to you because it counts as like balancing your energies in your body. There are others like the serpent breath, which is you exhale and you make a sound as though you're a snake hissing, and that's just supposed to simply stimulate the base chakra. And then there's so on and so forth.
Okay, but the sun and moon and the snake breaths are the ones that stand out the most.
Well, the snake breath was an example I gave, it's like others that exist. But the sun and moon was the one that stands out most to you, aside from, like, general breathing techniques, because it specifically is about balancing your energies. And given how you are supposed to be serene, and you've been raging a lot, that may help.
A lot more masculine energies than feminine energies. You need a lot more moon and a lot of sun.
Still up there, buddy.
Alright, and that's just something that he kind of.
That's something
Learning
you're
about how to
educating
do.
yourself more on here, because these were things that you have not
Okay.
yet been fully taught.
Okay. Just because I don't think he would have been very interested to begin with, he'll probably go ahead and try to look into like Hingashi culture and whatnot.
Okay. A lot of it is gonna be fantasy and real-world Japan influenced, with some splashes of China, rural China, not current China, and Korea, old-timey, and current South Korea. It's, you know, like a lot of the mishmash of the Asian ones, but it's predominantly Japan-based.
Okay. And then
One thing that I actually can say is that each of the 4 regions is governed by, the 4 lords. East is Byakko, west is Genbu, north is Seiryu, and south is Suzaku. And each of them have several clans within them that are all represented by an animal. Some are exclusively related to it, with, like, the particular clans that are related to those animals being the highest ranking, as in, like, with Seiryu, you would be in the Serpent clan and you would be the highest ranking in that region. Suzaku would be I forget what bird Suzaku is based off of.
Phoenix.
No, Suzaku and
No,
Phoenix
it's
are actually
not-
different.
It's not based on any specific
It's just
bird.
a
It's just a
vermilion bird.
bird.
Okay, then we'll go off of
Rooster would probably make the most sense given the Chinese zodiac.
Rooster. We'll say Rooster clan. Byakko would be Tiger clan. Genbu would be Turtle clan, and then there'd be intermediaries. So
Tortoise.
Seiryu and
It's a turtle,
Genbu's. So Genbu and Seiryu's intermediary would be like the Crab clan.
It's funny
Big
because
difference
Genbu.
between turtles and tortoises.
And then, like, that's just showing the whole... It's basically a radial axis of the clans that have particular regions of power in Hingashi.
okay. How much do I know about like other planes?
You only know that they exist. You would need to do specific research on them.
Alright. Let's go ahead and learn about the Feywild.
The Feywild. What you learn, and this is your third piece of information because you had to study the breathing techniques, Hingashi, and now the Feywild. What you learn about the Feywild is actually quite plentiful here. And what you learn, because fucking this place. And the Feywild, it basically is to represent the world that we currently have here, like where we live. But it is all of the color, emotions, life, and magic are amplified. They are increased. And the longer a visitor to that plane stays there, the more intense their emotions would feel whenever they experience them. Also, the words have a lot more power in the Feywild because they are governed by the Fey, where if you make a bargain with someone, you will keep that bargain one way or another. And it's not necessarily you're going to be compelled, but it's just like you will keep that bargain somehow. And like, so if you say you have my word, you will become mute.
Oh, I love that.
Oh, okay, so we're working on genie logic.
It's the
Sorry,
Feywild, mate.
It's the Fey.
Wait. Sorry, what did you just say?
In the Feywild, words have power. So if you say you have my word, you become mute.
Ah.
And
Or
also,
your
the
ability
word
to speak.
like photograph.
and if you accidentally enter the Feywild, which is possible during any solstice or equinox, and you're within the forest, more like, you can, you basically always accidentally end up in the Feywild unless you plane shift there. And the way you can only be let out once you've entered accidentally is if a Fey lets you.
Oh, joy.
And there you would have to basically entertain them in whatever way they see fit.
Let's hope they're not.
And then you also know that the plane itself is rather... The plane itself is rather interesting. It does experience day and night, like we do. However, it's more of... the seasons themselves actually remain eternally static. It's not like it becomes summer one time in the north, on the north side, and then autumn, winter, spring. The seasons are locked, so the higher north you go, it becomes winter, and the lower south you go, it becomes summer. And on these axes is ruled by the Seelie and the Unseelie. The Seelie being good, and the Unseelie being bad. And lastly, the only other thing that I can immediately think of that you would learn here, I may give more, maybe not, I don't know, is that if you want to enter the night below from the Feywild, you need to enter deep within the earth. You can find a tunnel, you can jump in a crevice, doesn't matter, you just gotta find one. But in the night below, once you go further down, you will enter the Shadowfell. But if you go down in the Shadowfell, you don't go back to the night below, you go into the abyss. And
Wait, okay, so going
down from the Feywild into the night below, you're in the night below. If you go back up, you go to the Feywild. If you go down, you go to the Shadowfell. And if you go down in the Shadowfell, you don't go to the night below, you go to the abyss.
Okay.
You go up, you go back to the night below.
But the thing...
Okay, so that's on. They're basically on the same. Actually,
When you read
would
that,
would
it doesn't
actually be
compute,
if they're
because...
on the same plane.
No, they're completely different planes, but you can travel to them this way. And it doesn't make sense to you by the way they describe that, because if you're standing in the Shadowfell, either it's an underground location, or it's just like the real world here. But how would that make sense for you to not go back to the night below?
Okay, Balfrost is coming back tomorrow.
Stop breaking Balfrost.
If you're in the Shadowfell,
He just
and you go up,
he has so many more questions about planes.
It actually gives
Shadowfell?
it actually gives a diagram. I'll actually make a map so I can show you the diagram real quick.
What happens if
Oh
you
my
go
God,
up
draw
from the Shadowfell?
Also, because you just kind of spouted everything, I just noted that I learned about those things.
You can watch the VOD.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
what happens when you go up from the Shadowfell?
okay, so here is
I don't think that
Shadowfell,
exists.
There is no up.
there is an up, there's a sky.
So it doesn't
Can you
bring
go
you
to the
back to the night
space
below?
from the? Can you go to space from the Shadowfell, or from the?
Okay, so here's the diagram. The green is the Feywild. Let's hear text.
I love when the DM has to bring up their fucking whiteboard.
I want to do this because this was an interesting idea I had.
Just now?
No, I had this a long time ago, and I get to explain it.
Welcome to our third lecture in the city.
Welcome to the game, Vectorites. You're learning so much.
We're not here to play. We're not here to play. We're here to learn.
Go down.
You realize there's text.
Yes, but I
Like
want
in actual school, I'm not learning shit the first 4 hours of waking up.
All right, and we're gonna use. Let's see. We're gonna use purple for the night below. Okay, text. Go down, bottom text. And okay, so
Not
freehand.
apology.
And let's hear it. Draw shape, and then we're gonna use gray for the Shadowfell. And freehand. And it describes each of these as like yeah, the Night Below is basically caverns. The Shadowfell is basically the just opposite of the Feywild. And then you just descend into the Abyss.
It's Wonderland. That's what we're hearing.
Yeah.
It's apparently it's one way because you can't go back up.
Yeah. I mean, it's not. It becomes one way once you enter the Shadowfell. It's
Yeah, because if you dig into the Shadowfell, if you dig up, you're just gonna hit the surface of the Shadowfell.
yeah, and let's hear freehand. Let's hear. We got a dude, right? We got a dude.
There is a massive portal.
So, okay,
right
so
the fuck
again-
I
here.
just want to make sure the Shadowfell. You just like when you dig below from the Night Below to the Shadowfell. Is it like you just break in from the skyline, or is there
No,
or
you-
does the Shadowfell
no.
have a roof?
No, basically you go through a tunnel into the Night Below from the Feywild, and you go into a deeper tunnel in the Night Below, and all of a sudden you have to start climbing up a tunnel into the Shadowfell.
Okay, so when you're in the Shadowfell and you go up, what happens?
You start flying.
Okay.
Like
The
guys,
Shadowfell is Australia. Okay.
Yeah, Kaiser. When you enter the Feywild, when you enter the Shadowfell from the Night Below, you are already underground.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you dig
so
up,
they're all
you're just gonna hit the Shadowfell surface.
so they're all different planes. You
Yeah,
go
one way
from the
ticket.
Feywild to the Night Below, and then the Night Below to the Shadowfell. Can you go all the way back up to or back to the Feywild from the Shadowfell?
Nope.
You would just
Okay.
go up and
Okay,
hit
so
the
it's a
surface of the
one-way-
Shadowfell,
so it's
and
a
then just
one-way
keep going in
trip.
the sky.
It only becomes one way when you go to the Shadowfell. It's
I wanna
two way
know
in
what
the Night
happens when
Below.
you use a rope.
Okay.
Someone has to have used a rope.
Is this what we're gonna test?
How much rope are we willing to bring?
We can buy as much as we need.
How many bags of holding do we need?
Only one, realistically.
I don't know. I mean, it depends on the type of rope. I think we would need
We
more
need-
than one.
We need
bag full of rope.
1,500 pounds.
We
You
just
see-
need a couple.
You see, I like how I've made you guys want to go to the Shadowfell to test this.
I don't really want to. I want to read about some other dumbass who's almost certainly done this before because it's
Chris,
such an.
there's no way this is like a few hundred feet. This has to be miles, and we won't exactly know because none of us have a trait that lets us know when we're in the fucking Shadowfell. So
We
there's
need
no
a
way for us
dwarf.
to really tell when we've entered the Shadowfell.
I think we'll know past a certain point when it starts feeling like we're climbing up. The DM said it starts feeling like we're climbing up instead of climbing down.
You see, the thing is that like the records that are in here is that the person they were walking down a slope, you know, to see if there's more to the Night Below, and then there was a slight an incline to where they started walking up, and they walked up and they saw the Shadowfell sky.
And then they died.
Presumably, how the fuck did the book get here?
No one who's seen it has lived.
Where did the stories come from?
Bards.
But yeah, that is how the cosmology between the Feywild and the Shadowfell works.
So where does the abyss go if we dig in the abyss?
That goes to the plane of darkness, or the negative energy plane.
Wait a second.
Like to
If we
call
can
it.
if we can make like a positive loop, we can definitely make a perpetual energies machine.
My God.
That would require connecting a very bad place to a very good place.
And And remember, there was already an event several thousand years ago where the Abyss went through the Shadowfell to then use its own planar magic fuckery to enter the Feywild.
There was?
That was what I was talking about with the Four Holy Swords story!
I'm sure the perpetual energy will be worth it.
They somehow reverse engineered the portal to make it go in reverse. Which really means the Feywild is constantly in danger.
I mean, kinda.
Because if they did it once, they sure as fuck can do it again.
And there's also a map of the Feywild, but I haven't made one yet.
Get on DM, I want to know where my...
Well, actually, no, it's not necessarily a map, but it's basically, it is just a recolored, slightly altered version of the world map that we have here. There's far more finer details to it that people have not yet explored. But that is what Balfrost can learn today. Is there anything else anybody else wants to do before we skip over another day?
Sleep. Oh.
Let's mark another day, I guess.
Okay.
Alright. So,
Yeah.
on day 3, you all wake up, and you go down to Sail's lesson.
Right. So it's the 9th now, or it's the 10th?
It's the 10th.
Okay. Yeah, my bad. Brain.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Okay.
Alright. And as you arrive, more women are at this present one because Sael teaches a lot more botany and everything, and the women are more of the agriculturalists here.
Well, here I am taking notes front seat.
That's what he looks like.
Oh goodness, why is he so... Elves are supposed to be pretty!
He's the hippie one.
This man is growing a tree out of his arm.
No
He's drawing a tree out of his nose.
Now this is the bush that you always smoke.
Shut up.
He looks like he has some goblin in his DNA. Goodness, what the heck? That man is just unfortunate.
He looks like Jeff Goldblum in The Fly.
Why are you washing your light?
Well, today we are learning about special herbs and other plants that we have here in our humble little forest. A few here and there. Ones that are of very excellent note that are not but a few days' travel down south. All the very precious iron berries. They grow off the bark of iron trees, which need ample space to grow in order for the bark of them to become sturdy and well nourished so that it could mimic that of even hardened steel. And the iron berries themselves, they are also very exceptional. They grow year-round, however they only become ripe during the winter, and in which point they become as dense as solid balls of iron, and if they are juiced, they can make drinks and potions that grant incredible physical resilience to whoever drinks it. There is a civilization that has developed down south that has created orchards of ironberry trees that sadly do not produce the iron bark that we are able to use from time to time, but have cultivated the berries, and they have turned it into an iron brew, they call it. And that's
Taking extensive notes because my family will literally worship me after this.
And there are other herbs that, if you travel around, you may find they only grow along the edges of ley lines. They're called nullberries. If you were to eat one, or even refine it into a potion or drink, it would expel any harmful or otherwise foreign magics from your body, dispelling it essentially. However, it also, in its unrefined state, would siphon some of the mana from you for that day, so you need to be careful if you are able to cast spells. But if you were to refine it and juice it and turn it into a potion, then you can eliminate that harmful risk to you, and the harmful magics that affect you have a far lesser chance of affecting you. And I can actually describe this in game terms now, to where if you eat a nullberry, it casts Dispel Magic on you with no modifiers to the spell check. However, you need to succeed on a DC 12 con save. If you fail, you lose 2d4 plus 2 spell points. If you succeed, you lose half that much. And if you turn it into a potion, you eliminate the spell point reduction, and the ability check to dispelling anything would equal the potion creator's wisdom modifier. It uses an herbalism kit.
But if you don't have spells,
If you don't have spells and it does not affect you, it just makes you feel kind of it doesn't make you feel
chill, man.
So this would absolutely fuck up spellcasters.
good. Well, it's
It
specific.
can
The dispel magic will specifically affect any spell that was not created by you. So if you cast Mage Armor yourself, it's not going to dispel that. But if someone casts Immolate on you, for example, you could eat a Nullberry, and then you roll the d20, and if you succeed, then the Immolate is gone.
The spell point reduction.
Yeah, and the spell point reduction happens if you eat a raw berry.
Shove like 5 or 10 berries down a wizard's throat.
Then
Eat it.
Then yeah. I know what plans you have.
Eat it.
But those are the, and then he
You
goes.
actually think I do that?
Yes.
Choke on it.
And the game stats for Ironbark is that it basically acts as metal for anything, but it's clearly wood, so it is half the weight, and it also allows druids to wear it.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring. But I thought you didn't obey those rules anyway.
No, I do.
Oh. This might be a good gift to get.
Sorry,
to
what armor?
one druid I know.
Ironbark can be used to basically mimic steel in terms of armor and weapons, but it's half the weight, and it allows
And it's
druids
wood.
to, and it's wood, so druids can use it.
Yeah. Do
And
they
the
have
river
any
looking
for
this
sale?
guy was put onto a fucking flute of this stuff.
Unfortunately, no, we are having to use it for our own armaments here. And like, since you're like in the back, I imagine.
I said I was up front.
Oh, up front. And so he like
I
looks
said
at
that.
he looks at you and like he says that, and then he looks at you again, and he pauses, but then he goes
Just
back to the
wait.
lesson. But then he goes back to the lesson because he's teaching people.
What is the difference between an iron bark bow and a regular bow?
It would
Say
be
longbow.
it would be half the weight, and it would lose the heavy property.
Oh fuck! That
So it
means you
can
can.
actually be used as a monk weapon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want that actually.
That does sound cool.
Well, unless you can work a really good fucking persuasion,
Yeah, no.
yeah. But he gives his lesson, and that's basically what he covers for the day. And some people like show him some potions they made, and he judges them. They're all pretty good and everything. But then he leaves it to you. He's like, "Oh, did you all enjoy the lesson?"
You've confused rays with beams. D. Minus.
Of all the movies to reference.
I couldn't help myself.
But yeah, he's like,
Yes.
"Did you all enjoy the lesson?"
Yes.
Well, I learned of something I wanted to give as a gift, and now I cannot. So, I would say my experience was a net negative.
Oh, do not worry. If you were to find an iron bark tree that is growing large and proud, you should be able to gather the bark from it. There are a few that we probably may not have seen.
Did you do the same thing, like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge kind of way?
Yes.
Okay. Just nod. You are known for perceptiveness, but I suppose some of you have been lacking. I look around looking for the blonde archer.
Mercedes, on this day, she is actually helping train some archers.
You may want to work on that.
We have good eyes, but there are a few places that we have not been, at least thoroughly.
I get on my broom. I suppose that's true. Just start looming.
Is there any questions that any of you have for the lesson?
He said it was he said it was lighter and less heavy.
You said the same thing twice, so yes.
I know. I realized after I said it. How durable is it? This iron bar.
In the early stages of its life, it is as hard as iron. But if it is given free space and it grows large and proud, then it can be strong as, if not stronger than steel.
That was the only question I had.
Okay. Anything else?
Belfrost is still just thinking about planes.
I just gently push Shade forward.
Barfrost is like doing this thing with his
No.
hands to see like how do you go down and you're up.
No, I was wondering if like anyone, had questions for the lesson specifically before I was gonna say plot shit.
No. Balfrost has like his little notebook out, just constantly writing fucking diagrams, trying to figure shit out. Like, go there. No,
Maybe
that doesn't
iron
work.
bark
How-
is the answer.
How does that make what? He's got like ink on his nose somehow.
Elder Sayal, I wanted to talk to you about an important matter regarding the heart.
What is it that you wish? I have been informed by Bridget and the Yarmud that you wish to visit.
Yes, I wish to, the favor, or reward that the Guardian, is to grant me, I wish to ask for it to be a contract with the heart.
Ah, perhaps that is possible for you to speak with it there. I have not personally done business of spirit contracts as I am aware that you do. However, it is possible if you wish to turn down its blessing. Often when I and Mercedes received our blessings, it was in the form of an object that bared a shard of emerald within it. And that is one piece for visiting the Isle of Emerald.
Yes. So I wish to speak to the Guardian to then make my way over to the heart and first, in which case I would like to ask permission for that, as well as asking permission to take my companions here over to the Guardian to ask for the location of a rune somewhere in the forest.
If you wish to speak to the Guardian, then all of you should be permitted, and only on its graces shall it determine if you are worthy speaking to, let alone giving a blessing. However, if it is...
I raised my hand.
Huh? And he like points at you with a smirk.
Was I worthy last time? Cheat, Coda.
That is something worth finding out, isn't it?
I like this
Let's
guy.
find it the hard way. I look like I want to hit him with the stick.
I
like this guy.
I doubt it will attack you at least.
I mean, yeah, Shade, you solved that problem, right?
Best hope it
Yes.
is not. Although I would also hope my friends don't attack you. And they kind of ruffle their feathers.
It is fine. You should be accepted still. As for the other two, that may not be as likely. As for my blessing to enter the Isle, I will give it to you, Shade, if you help me with one thing. But
What is it?
It is a private matter. I would like your friends to walk away without the birds watching for but a moment.
What? They don't watch. I just fly away to find.
Well, do you?
Is this a matter that will take a while, or are we free
Only
to
a
wait
moment.
outside? Okay.
Balfrost is already wandering off, muttering to himself.
We're looking for those ironberry trees.
I just didn't want to wait in front of this building for 6 hours.
Look for those iron trees. Yeah.
You're not gonna find any here that have not
Well,
already
I'm
been
on a broom. I'm flying above where they won't find. Where they don't look.
used. Roll me a perception.
There's one 2,000 miles away.
I like that he's asking for a
Aw.
perception and not a stealth.
I mean, she's flying up and looking. There's no need to stealth.
Can I get help from my bird?
No.
Aw.
You through the foliage of the trees, you don't see
Actually,
any.
wait a second. I have a skill for this. Hold on.
Hmm?
I think I
You
can
can read
activate my
lips.
thing and add another D4.
Huh?
I think in the perception tree, I think I can open my senses and like add another D4. Let me check that.
I
Oh,
wouldn't
okay.
know. I only have the observant part of that, which is passive.
I maxed it out, so yeah. Focus. As a bonus action, you can enter a state of heightened focus. When focusing on this matter, you can make whenever you make a dexterity or a wisdom perception check, you roll a D4 and add the number, as long as you aren't blinded. So yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna add another D4.
So 19.
You should have asked Jinx for the scout.
Oh, she doesn't know you.
No, I have it.
She knows about. She has to know about the ship by now.
You see off about 200 feet away, there are trees that, when based off Sayel's description, seem to have that like iron gray-ish foliage about them. And you fly over there, and you can see that a lot of the bark has been stripped on the lower parts, but to where it's like really high up, to where the branches become the foliage, it has not been used.
Get extra.
Perfect, because that means I don't have to cut into it. I just have to cut underneath where they already had spots vulnerable.
Yes.
Get extra.
I'm stripping this whole tree.
How to strip bark. I just need to see if it requires any specific tools that you may need.
I just like to imagine that, because Jinx can talk to plants, she just hears a distant, muffled scream.
Please,
alive. Oh, it hurts. Oh,
I mean,
scared.
You can use
It's practically a circumcision.
a vegetable peeler is not gonna do it. That shit, no.
You know how, like, so you mentioned, like, iron bark being used as armor, right? That's the equivalent of wearing someone's skin as an outfit.
Yes, that's
That-
what humans did for
Yes.
most of their existence.
Wear other people's skin?
No, we wore animal skins.
Oh, tear the skin
We
off your
still
face
wear
and wear it
animal
as
skins.
underwear.
Not that often.
Okay, you're gonna need a chisel at worst, and you're gonna need a chisel at most, at least, and a bark spud most likely.
What is a bark spud?
Well, there's an easier solution to this. Leave one bird here, the good one that talks well, and grab the strong girl. So I'm gonna do that.
Okay, well this is
Abduct lady.
this is during the time where Shade's gonna be like having this conversation with Sael, and our Balfrost and Jinx gonna leave him be because he said it was only gonna be a moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Balfrost is wandering off in some direction to probably
Immediately.
ponder
Yeah,
under
no,
a
I'll
tree.
I just immediately catch Jinx. You found those already? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there are trees that they had to go and get the bark from.
So yeah, I just get Jinx. So I assume I get Jinx.
Well,
Well,
let's have
not-
a conversation first.
Yeah, let Shade. So
Oh, okay.
Shade, Sael brings you over, and he says, "I am willing to give you my blessing. However, it is to ensure everything is right. I do require your help with one thing, and I made this private so that only you hear it. Many of our people are wanting to fight against the Empire. However, if we were to strike against them, they are known to use machinery and technology and magic themselves to uncover our secrets and attack us. We've already been frightened of other scouts approaching. There's even an outpost that has been found several hundred miles north by one of our far-reaching scout parties. And there we have seen horrible things. We have seen men fused with iron, real iron and machinery. And they have begun entering the forest, looking for something. We do not know what it is, but we fear it is us. I ask that, by whatever means, you help us remove them. You need not kill them, but if you were to remove them, it must be without them knowing that it was us.
He's specifically talking about the Ironworks, right?
He's
Or,
speaking.
like, Empire Scouts.
It actually seems kind of nebulous the way he's describing it.
Could be golems. Could be warforged.
No, it's
From the
definitely.
way he said men with iron on them, it sounded like cyborgs. Or actual.
He said
warforged.
fused with iron.
Yeah, that sounds like cyborgs. Or warforged.
Who exactly?
We have
Oh,
seen.
wait.
We have seen the markings of both the Ironworks and the Empire upon these men. We are unsure if they will respond to diplomacy, but we cannot risk our own venturing out and unveiling our secret. You and yours are travelers, abound by many places. Whatever means you have of removing them from our woods will be welcome, so long as it does not get brought back to us.
And you have no ideas as to what they are for?
No. If we were to learn, that would be all the better. If things truly get dire, then there is one resort that we have that I've been reserving. As he pulls out from behind him a
A
tuning
gun.
No. A tuning fork.
It's a neutral special.
But yeah, he pulls out a tuning fork.
First neutral B, he wields a
Do
gun.
you know what this is?
I do not.
It's a pasta toller.
This is a means for us to seek refuge in the Feywild, should things prove dire. The wards were not only meant to keep us hidden, but would allow this entire place to travel there and travel back, should we need it.
We're just turning this place into Aor.
Wait, so it just sends them to the Feywild?
It sends this
Teleport
entire
the whole-
village to the Feywild,
And back.
but then he describes it can only be done once each. After that, we are exposed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to use this unless it's necessary. And if things get bad, I will need to use this. That was why I wanted this to be private with you.
I understand. I will do what I can.
I appreciate it. Mercedes can tell you where they last saw them. If you do that and return, you shall have my blessing.
You got given a quest to complete a quest.
It's called One Small Favor.
Don't even know if I'll be able to complete it, but yeah, we'll see.
And then he lets you like return back with the group.
Who is at this point collecting trees.
Well,
They.
well, yeah, Balfrost and Jinx. As you are waiting for Shade's conversation to end, Bronwyn flies back down.
You come with me. I just grab her hand.
Vex.
Did he leave?
Max.
Vex!
Slutmonger.
Wake the fuck up!
I'm really hoping that would work.
Oh.
If he went to sleep before I did, on 20 hours awake.
Oh, he's okay. He's awake.
Okay.
I can hear you right now.
Okay,
Okay.
and now we can hear you. So.
Okay.
Back to the roleplay.
Yeah, I just come down and grab Jinx's hand. All right, I need you.
Wait, what?
I just pull her to the room.
Wait,
She can
what?
resist. She can resist. I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
"Oh,
She's not just getting pulled up into the air, held nothing by her arm.
no, she's pulling her onto the broom to take a seat.
Where are we going?
To the tree of super rare metal that is only found apparently in this place.
Okay.
It's not hard to convince.
Jinx, I just wanted to know where.
Okay,
Yeah.
so.
I didn't have an issue with going.
Okay, so. Bronwyn whisks Jinx away, so there they go. And Shade,
We're not
as you
spending all
return
day.
from your conversation with Sael, only Balfrost is there.
Balfrost didn't even notice they left.
Anything?
Kaiser?
Sorry, what?
Oh.
As Shade returns from his conversation with Sael, all that is there is Balfrost.
Where did Balfrost?
Oh, that would have worked. Huh? What?
Where did Jinxon go?
Jinx was right there a second ago.
Fey power, invisibility.
And officially back.
I just stepped on your right.
Alright. Yes, Elder, I will do what I can to complete the task. However, I'm not exactly too sure how well I can accomplish it.
Just do the best you can.
If we don't accomplish it, we have a one-way ticket to the Feywild.
So, over where the Ironbark tree is, Bronwyn, you fly Jinx over, and Jinx, you can see the described tree, you know, like the silvery, iron-like leaves, and the bark to which was shaved off for a good portion of the tree up until where the branches head out and become, you know, foliage.
Hmm. You said the ones that were taken from the bottom.
Yes.
Because elves are short.
Right. So I just look at her. Okay, so you have a plan to get this off of here?
My plan was you.
Know anything about carving wood, trimming wood, whatever it's called?
You stick your sword in between.
I don't have a sword.
What did your
I have-
image say?
Guess that's the image, mate. I'm
Seen her fight
I'm
with
limited
God's
by
sword.
My magic
Yeah.
weapon?
my weapon is a trident.
Can't you just pull it?
Okay, to do this, going to be tricky.
So what are you gonna try and do to get this bark? Especially considering that you need to be supported by Bronwyn's broom.
Fall off the broom. Yeah.
We could like make a pulley system. Just tie her to a branch.
Well, they had some ropes or some sticks.
It becomes very evident that the point where the bark stopped getting shaved was when the number of where there was no more branches that could just be stood upon, and even then it was past the arm's reach of the tallest elf.
So, I just want to.
Well, isn't there branches above it though?
Yes, but those branches are so much higher up that you can't just reach to where the bark ends.
That's
And-
fine, but I just want to put a rope. Just put a rope.
I'm not a
Um,
fucking
yeah.
pinata.
No, I'm getting it's a harness. You know, like you're a window washer. It's a safety harness for you safely harvest the tree.
Jinx is gonna ask the tree, does it hurt to take the iron bark?
Yes, but I shall recover.
It says it hurts. I don't want to do it.
When has hurting things ever stopped you?
It's different when it's something I don't want to hurt.
How come now you suddenly start acting like a girl?
I give her a death stare.
Next thing we know, someone bleeds, Jinx faints.
Someone first.
I will tuck you off this broom, and this broom will be mine.
No, it won't. It responds to my command. You can talk to the tree.
Yes, I can talk to the tree.
That's gonna be good berries will help.
How is he supposed to eat good berries?
Pour the juice on it. Or I could just heal him with my own magic. I can heal a tree.
Iron bark's so bad. You don't even use a weapon.
What? I'm a healing word and see if it helps some of the bark.
It does not.
Why not? It's a creature.
No, it's not. It is a plant.
Plant
That's
is
a
a creature
creature.
type.
Yeah, plants are creature type.
There are creatures with the plant tag, and then there are plants.
You're telling me with nature magic I can't heal nature?
It has already recovered all of its hit points. It just has suffered basically an injury. And Healing Word will not fix that.
Scars.
So what he needs is regenerate.
Yeah, he needs to regenerate.
Shit, you're right.
Do you have regenerate?
No, I'm not a 5th level caster.
Fifth level, but point is, Jinx doesn't want to actively hear this tree scream.
Scream? You haven't even tried. I'm sure the tree is more of a man than you. He's tough. I'm sure. He's been through it plenty of times, clearly. I look around.
Clearly he has.
Clearly he's toughened. He's used to it. He's hardened.
Just because I'm
It's good.
used to
Builds
it
character
doesn't
for the
mean I
tree. I
like
cat the
it.
tree. I just hand her my knife. Go around.
God.
That's wishful thinking if I've ever seen it.
It's like Ed handing Al the knife to kill the rabbit.
I want this Iron Park so bad.
Because it would make a very good gift. And I'm sure I'm sure your friends down there would appreciate it as well. If it can be made to make your team more useful, then I see why you shouldn't.
Well.
No, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this.
Why is a high roll benefiting?
Because it's the thing she doesn't want to do.
But giving her friends and protecting her friends is a thing she wants to do.
Not at the cost of hurting the innocent.
It's a tree.
An innocent tree.
We don't know that.
It has done nothing wrong.
How do you know for sure?
Because it's just sitting here.
And it's letting all the evil of the world go on.
What the fuck?
She's just not carving into the tree, mate. The second Connor told you, let you find an ironbark tree, I knew this was gonna be the result.
Just very sad now. Can't get anything. Just go fly back.
I really don't want to hurt it.
Well, she's flying back.
Oh.
So for you two, who are just like, yeah, I wonder where they went, they end up flying back.
No
Balfrost
one to
is
rely
a-
on for strength.
Balfrost is absorbed again in his
You have a
mumble,
knife, why didn't you do
muttering.
it?
Because it's called iron bark. And I just hold up my flabby arms.
Then take him. I point at Balfrost. At least he can't hear the thing scream.
Is he even strong enough?
Oh, but aside from me, he's the closest one.
Continues muttering.
Poke.
Yeah. What?
Shade, what did he want?
We are
Unless you can't tell us.
the task he asked of me was to help rid of the intruders of the forest, those bearing the mark of both the Empire or the Ironfell that were scouting around the forest looking for something. They looked like they had iron infused into their body. Was that it? Was that the description of them?
It was soldiers of the Empire with markings of the Ironworks as well, and they also had men who were fused with iron.
Okay, yeah. Iron. The task he asked of me was to get rid of the ironworks from the Empire. Get rid of, as in to drive them away.
He just said get rid of them one way or another.
Yes.
If we just drive them away, they'll just come back.
Not if you make it look like an accident.
Is Elder still here, or did he leave?
He left.
Okay.
No,
Well,
they'll just keep sending until they figure out a way to get rid of us.
Well, he
Not that they don't
didn't-
know there's an us.
He didn't mention anything about return visits, so
He just wanted to make sure that it could not be tied back to Elul. And that's
Yeah.
why he asked Shade, because you guys are adventurers.
and outsiders. The
Did he
main
tell-
reason he asked was so that it wouldn't draw attention to the village because we are outsiders.
What did you say?
Well, that is the condition for his blessing, so I said I would help and do what I can.
Then I guess that's what we have to do.
Two objectives.
What time
I'm
is
to
it?
continue working with the, or working in the ironworks. I mean, provided they don't kick me out immediately for not helping them out. I can't be seen, or at least they can't.
Or you just like Shion.
Huh? What'd you say?
Wow, Vex's Discord really is breaking down.
Perhaps
Damn.
this might be a good time.
Well, I'm gonna grab the ending thing because we're basically at the end.
But yeah, I can't be recognized if we are doing this.
Well, that is where I think we're gonna leave it, with you guys thinking and absorbing the task set before you.
Arena and just
So, that concludes this session. I'm actually glad that all of it was contained in here.
Yeah, you're welcome for me asking questions.
Yeah, I was excited to just talk about the Feywild.
okay, we're back now.
Yes.
Are you?
Okay, thank Fuck. On that last. Why is this group being such a bitch tonight?
I'll push you ideas.
And also, yeah, you'll this is the song that plays at the end of every session.
Oh yeah, that's here.
Did you just call Yoitza that?
I don't know what it is.
Now it's in it.
You heard him talk.
Not much.
Enough to know you are very much male.
I forgot half of what happened tonight.
Well,
Pass
to
out.
be fair, Shion, and nowadays there are just trans girls that are perfectly fine with looking and sounding exactly the same masculine selves they did.
That wasn't the joke I was going for. I was just really tired.
I mean, you are really, yeah. glad that you managed to stay up at least. And I would like you to at least stay up so I can get... Unless... Actually, what am I saying? You never have anything to actually really say about a session until the day after.
Especially when I'm yeah, you expect me to process in my current state of RAM? I'm like...
Well, you can... Well, you're free to go now, Chris, because, like, you've been up for a very long time.
I don't know how you're expecting me to get rid of them.
I have no expectations of you as a DM. I just put the task before you, and you can tackle it however it is that you want.
I have no fucking idea.
All I know is it seems to me like DM's trying to
Kick
really
you out of the
push me
ironworks.
out.
I'm trying to show you what's happening in the world.
Ironworks is bad. You should not have joined them, is what he's saying.
Yeah, it's also a moral dilemma for Jake considering her dad is in it.
In the Empire?
No, in the Ironworks.
Oh.
But I'll bring you to the LRO map and mark you where Mercedes marked
I
it.
mean, yeah. So where will she direct us to?
Let me...
I'm just gonna suggest that we could probably head out today. Because, you know, the class was early in the morning.
Balfrost wants to head to the library again.
Wait, what?
Balfrost wants to go to the library again.
For what?
It's a library! What do you expect?
The magic word, library.
Okay, but for what?
To learn more about planes and shit.
Okay. We can do that when we come back.
But he wants to learn.
We're not coming back though, are we?
We are. I have to come back and tell the guy, yeah, we did it. Or we
And
did
then
something.
you need to go find the Guardian.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, are we doing that first?
Are
No,
you?
We're finding the Guardian after. No. We're doing the Ironworks thing first. So. Yeah.
Oh,
It's just that, okay, when we go get rid of the Ironworks guys, we then come back, tell the guy, hey, either we did it or we didn't, or whatever the fuck, I don't know. If he gives us the blessing regardless, then yay, cool, that's awesome. We can go south, which is where Mercedes said they last spotted the Guardian, to try and look for the fucking Guardian. And then, depending on the time of day, we'd either go back to LOL, or... we would probably still go back anyways, because I would probably still be the only person to go to the Isle.
so we're
But
coming back
either
to-
way,
So we're coming back to this village 2 more times.
yes.
Okay.
Why do we have to do the Ironworks first?
And that is where
Because I
I'm gonna end the
need
recording.
that in order to get permission.